What's up, galactic friends, and welcome to another massive tutorial on this channel. Today we are replicating the WhatsApp UI with React Native, and we're going to use a bunch of epic packages like Expo router, Reanimated. We will use Clerk for authentication. We're going to use gesture handler, gifted chat, and so many more great packages from the community to build a really epic clone. Speaking of Clerk, they're also the sponsor of this video, so go check it out at clerk.com. You can get started completely for free by now, actually up until 10k active monthly users. So in the previous video, which you should definitely check out, that was the Airbnb clone, which is already beyond my wildest dreams of numbers, but by now it's not 5k monthly active users, it's actually 10k active users. And I really enjoy working with Clerk. In the past we've used email authentication, Apple Auth and Google Auth, and today we're using OTP. So we will actually get passwords to our device and a verification code, and we're gonna replicate exactly the flow you're gonna see in the WhatsApp application. There's so much going on in this tutorial, so the whole code is linked below this video. You can grab the assets and everything that we've done, and I will also provide all the links to the packages that we use, as we will rely on the community, on the React Native community, which has great packages, as you will see. So let's start with a quick walkthrough of what you will learn in this WhatsApp clone tutorial. In the first part, we will set up our application, which means a new Expo application using Expo router, and we will immediately go for Expo Prebuild. So in the past, we usually used Expo Go, but we will make sure that we have our own application so we can use our own native modules, continuous native generation from Expo, and enjoy pretty much all the benefits that are available. In the second part, we will create the actual UI of this first landing part. We're gonna have this clone page, then we can go to another page where we can enter our phone number, and once we click next, we will get a password, a OTP from Clerk. This will actually be handled then in the third part of this video, where we build the input, the verification input for that OTP and the security mechanisms to protect our pages within the Expo application using the Clerk SDK. Once we've done that, we arrive in part 4, where we'll set up the tab bar of our application using the Expo router and the underlying React navigation package to achieve the same UI as you can see in the WhatsApp application. Part 5 is then about the settings page and how we can create something that looks like this and works great on iOS with big titles up here with search bars, and also how we can create a really cool looking view just like this. In part 6, we will move over to the calls page and implement this based on some dummy data. We're gonna load this data, and we will in part 7 also implement a segmented control that looks like this, so we can switch between all and the missed calls. In part 8, we will continue with that page, and we're gonna implement a swipeable row so we can swipe these rows, delete rows, and additionally use Reanimated to create something like this, which shifts out everything and also allows us to smoothly transition between these elements using layout transitions. In part 9, we will finally move into the chats page, creating this great looking overview, again using everything that we learned before and creating our own little flat list, and once again use the Apple style swipeable to create something that looks like this. Part 9 is then about building a little modal that pops up once we click here, where we have sort of a section list, but it's actually another component which gives us this cool little alphabet scroll on the side to quickly move between those sections. In part 11, we will finally move into the details page and build this out using gifted chat. We will customize the hell out of gifted chat, and we're gonna see how we can override a bunch of components while still getting all the benefits of gifted chat, including this bottom input area and how we can customize it to exactly our needs. And finally, in part 12, we're gonna add on top of this a custom swipe to reply gesture, which allows us to reply and render a little message down here. Once again, using packages from the community, but on top also using Reanimated and our knowledge about entering and exiting animations and how we can spice up our views. Alright, if you're now ready for the WhatsApp clone, roll up your sleeves and let's dive straight into the code. Alright, so let's begin our journey by creating a new Expo application using npx create Expo app, followed by the name of your project, and then we're going to use the template tabs. This template will give us file-based routing with Expo Router version 3. This is currently using Expo SDK 50. And we should have a nice solid base for our project. We can also do this manually. There are a few steps just to get file-based routing, but I'd rather not do this. While this is installing, let's talk about a few packages that I will instantly add to this once it's done. So here is the GitHub repository again, where you can find the assets in case we need them. What we're going to definitely install right here is React Native Reanimated, which will be used for some animations. And because we're going to do a pre-build with Expo, more on that in a second, we should do this right here in the beginning because it's just easier. Otherwise, we would have to do all the things again. Then we're going to also right now install 2 packages. I just want to mention them up front. So the first one will be React Native Mask Input, and the second one will be React Native Confirmation Code Field. So you see, we're diving straight into building our OTP verification screens, which are the very first screens of this application. Actually, I think I have the old application up and running. So what we want to get is something like this. So on WhatsApp, you will be greeted usually by this screen. Once you press agree, you get to this screen. You can add your phone number here. And then we're gonna press next. We would get our one-time password. So this is the first step. So let's see, how far is this? Okay, it's great. What happens if I just go like code WhatsApp now? I just want to open it in. There was a command to open it like in this editor. I forgot about it. It's such a, I think I saw it in a video from James Q Quick. I think he had a shortcut, or like there was something to immediately open it. I just forgot it. Anyway, here is our application now open. We can now run npx expo, which would bring up the Expo Go application in our simulator. I could now press I to open it up here in iOS, which would give us a quick preview of the application. But this is not exactly what I want to do. I want to show you something else. So very cool. We got a tab bar, we got 2 tabs, we got a modal, everything can be found here in that folder. But we're gonna anyway remove most of that in a second, as we're going for a different way of building and debugging our application. So this here is the Expo Go application, which allows us to very quickly run our code in this container. However, there are just a limited set of SDKs bundled with this. For example, if I now want to use a package that is not bundled and that is using native modules, meaning native iOS and Android code, it won't work in Expo Go. And we will certainly come to a point where we have packages that won't work with Expo Go. So therefore, I just want to show you right here in the beginning how we can get into pre-build. Okay, so to configure pre-build, I will kill this now again. And actually, before we configure pre-build, I will run the installation command for the React Native Mask Input, for the React Native Confirmation Code Field, and also for Reanimated. Okay, for Reanimated, we actually have to configure something, and that's a good point to do this right now. So head over to your Babel config, and you're gonna find right in here Babel preset Expo, and we need an additional line with plugins, React Native Reanimated plugin. Good. There's one more package that I want to install. So checking out the previous application, I can show you what I want to. Can we? Yes, go here. So if I press on the Mac Command Control Z, it would open up this view. This is a special debugging view that we get because this is the Expo Go application. If we do a regular pre-build now, it means we're basically creating an iOS and an Android folder of our project, and we can serve that directly on the simulator again. However, we wouldn't have this view. We would have like the default React Native debugging experience, which is just this little action sheet at the bottom. In order to get this cool view, we can now also install one more package, which is the Expo Dev Client. So the Expo Dev Client basically helps you to build your own Expo Go application. You can, I think, even customize it to some degree. And with that in place, I think there's like one more thing. We could probably set this up for Clerk already. Do we need this right now? I don't know. We're gonna do it like this. Okay, so let's see. Let's talk about pre-build. npx expo pre-build. All right, this asks us, what would you like to name your Android package? So com, whatever, let's call this com Galaxy's WhatsApp. iOS bundle identifier should be the same, and I will press enter. This will generate an Android folder with an Android project and an iOS folder with an iOS project. It will also at the same time, I think, update our app JSON. So if you check this out, there should be the bundle identifier for iOS and the package name here for go away overlay, go away. Oh, go away. Here's the Android block and this is the iOS block, okay? So we got the bundle identifiers automatically added in here, which means whenever we regenerate our project, a term called continuous native generation, all these settings here will be used. On top of that, we should also, there was another entry here after typed routes, which is tsconfig path. I don't know why this is not set. Are we on Expo SDK 50? Yes, we are. Certainly we're on Expo SDK 50. I don't know exactly why tsconfig path is now disabled again, because I think it was actually enabled. Nonetheless, it is set up here, so this just helps us to import files more easily from different levels of our application. The pre-build should be finished. So after that first pre-build, we can now start our application and we can use npx expo run, basically like before, but we can say npx expo run iOS now. So this is the cool thing. You can actually also say -- device. Where is my, I had like code completion here in my IDE. That is completely gone. Something must have messed that up. This tool I installed today? I don't know. Okay, we're gonna use a different port here, no problem, because I had my application running on that other port that I previously prepared. So what is happening now? We're now trying to deploy this to a simulator, and we are not using Expo Go anymore. This should, in theory, deploy my application. We're using we're using a different bundle. I think we're safe. We should be fine. This should deploy it right here. And then we can continue using the application as if we were using the Expo Go client. However, we have the full flexibility and freedom of a standard React Native project. We can install native modules. We just have to redo the pre-build if we add some kind of native modules to our application. But overall, this is in the future the usually recommended and preferred way to create Expo applications. The Expo Go application was always meant as sort of a testing application to quickly spin up something, to preview it, and I think people still assign Expo with this experience of Expo Go that you can just like have these dummy projects and spin up something. But I want to right here show you that this is not the case. We're going pre-build, we're having all the native stuff running through as you can see it, and we're gonna have our own native application, but we still have the benefit of using Expo with the dev client, with continuous native generation in our application. So hopefully this is done pretty soon. Meanwhile, we can already get into a bit of the code here, as we will. Yeah, I'm sad to say this, but we're gonna remove most of this. It is cool to have this basic template and everything laid out, but it will mostly confuse us, and I would just like to start from a blank slate instead. So we're gonna get rid of most of the stuff in here. I can already start by removing the theme provider. We won't really use that. Yes, we will actually use some of the other stuff in here. We can probably keep this. We don't need the unstable settings. That's not really something for us. But see here, this is our application that just came up. I don't know which it is. It's probably this one, right? And let's see, I'm changing stuff in here and it's refreshing. And this is a good point to now get rid of the stuff. So I will add a new file in here, which is the index.tsx. This is going to be the first page that's on the screen, because the index page is always loaded first. We can then safely remove tabs, HTML, not found, and modal. So we just end up with this one page. Okay, this is the index page, this is the layout. It currently defines the tabs. We don't have tabs, so this is actually incorrect. I will just call this index and header shown false, which even removes the header, so you just see like the small text up there. And with that, we are ready to tackle basically everything that React Native throws in our way. I will also remove the components folder. And under constants, we can define a few colors. So I brought in some colors from the, I think from the, it's from the official WhatsApp application. I tried to screenshot and get most of the colors. You can find, again, all of this as well on GitHub. And I also have a little styles that we can reuse for a blog, item, and separate. I actually don't know how much of this we will reuse, but I thought it might be a good idea, and maybe we're gonna extract some more and even improve the code as we move along. So my layout only renders the first screen in the stack. We have a pre-build up and running, which we can confirm by changing something. And then we're gonna see it reloads, and we got this up here. And also I can press Command Control Z, which brings up this nice preview. I can even go home here. I wanna select this one again and get the benefits of this custom Expo Go dev client build. Okay, so this is the first step for you. Make sure you have your pre-build up and running. Install the packages we had before. All of them are also listed on the GitHub page. And once you're ready, we can tackle the next step, which is the OTP. All right, so at this point, have your application up and running, and we can create the first screen, which is the welcome screen. This is not a super special screen, I'd say, but it's a nice exercise to warm up, to create some actually helpful UI, because I think most applications have this sort of like getting started screen. So let's begin by wrapping everything in a container and adding style sheet up here so we're not breaking everything. Okay, we're gonna also use some padding in here. So let's add a padding of 20. We should already see our text coming up. And of course, we're gonna use an image here on this screen. So import the image from React Native, and we can set the source. So we can set it to something like this, where it requires our image. However, I would prefer to use an import statement that looks more up to date. So we're gonna use import welcome image from, and I think I've placed my image under assets / images / welcome PNG. Let's see. Assets, images, welcome PNG. Yeah, there it is. Again, you can find the assets on GitHub as well. And once you get that line, we still need to transform this. So we can now say const welcome image equals image. So we're using the image component from React Native dot resolve asset source dot URI. So this will give us the actual URI, and we can now use this here as the source for our image. Let's see. Voila, it comes up. It looks horrible, of course. So we're gonna put in some styling for that as well. Let's say for welcome, we're gonna use the full width here. And we're gonna use a height of 300. And then we're gonna, of course, attach these in here, styles.welcome. Okay, that makes it a bit bigger. I will also justify the content here, center, and also align items in the center. And set the background color to white, because we had a little issue here. Okay, yeah, that's better, that's better. And for the welcome, we probably also want to set, well, we actually don't really need a border radius, but I would like to set a margin bottom. So let's set a margin bottom of, I don't know, something like 80. Okay, that puts it up here. That should be fine. Now, let's add a bit more. We're gonna use some styling. We have a headline coming up. We have a description coming up. And then we're gonna have links in them as well. So links will actually use the color, first of all, from our constants. So they should have like a gray color. Not colors, but color. Okay, so after the initial image, we have our headline. Okay, so headline, welcome to WhatsApp clone For the headline, we should probably have a font size of 24 and a font weight of bold. So can I have like a font weight bold? Okay, yep, getting better. And probably some, do we need some margin? Yeah, let's add some margin vertical as well of 20. Okay, that separates this a bit. All right, below that, we're gonna have our description and link. So let's put in some text here. So I want to use another function and define this up here, open link. I'm gonna do this in a second. For now, this is all we need. You see, if we do it, I hope my head is not covering this, we get gray privacy poly in terms of servers. So this is how we can make certain elements in our text clickable, okay? So we can really have this on press attached to the text element and just give it a bit different styling. For the description, we're gonna also use a bit smaller text and align everything in the center. I think for the link, let's use primary. Yeah, then we got a nice contrast here. That looks better. That looks better. And finally, we have a button on this page, okay? So we have a button coming up. That button should take the full width, and for the background color, we actually don't really need that. We just need to align the items in the center. That's all we need. But we also will have a button text. So you usually have a button with a text. Let's say this one has, no, this is completely wrong. Let's say 22. And color, well, we're gonna set the color in a second. So as we want to route to the next page, we should of course add a next page. That makes sense, right? So let's call this one otp.tsx. This will be the page on which we're gonna add our phone number. And then we will be able to go to another page on which we verify the phone number, okay? We can add them in here. Should we add them in here? I feel like we should probably do. So let's add another entry for my OTP screen. So on that OTP screen, I actually want to have the header. So I want to probably set the header title to something in a second. So I'm including this page here now. And because of file-based routing, we can now easily use the link component to navigate to that next page. So add the link from Expo router. The href is, and we should get code completion here, nice, to OTP. And what we're gonna do as well is we're gonna wrap, no, let's do the basic. Let's do the basic first. So this will be a touchable opacity, which looks mostly like a button. We'll use our styles button and then agree and continue. You don't have to make this uppercase. That's not really necessary. Touchable opacity, what's the issue? Oh, no closing element, right. Okay, so we got that agree and continue button now here. We should give the button text or make this different. So we're gonna use colors.primary again. And we're gonna make the font weight a bit bigger. Oh, sorry, forgot the comma. Font weight bold. All right, that looks good. So if I click on this, nothing happens so far. Why is that the case? That's a good question, actually. We do have the layout. We have the OTP screen. We have this one. Why am I not going to the next page? Let's see. I will just do a little reload here. Sometimes it gets messed up when you add files. And what I forgot, of course, is here to add as child. So if you've wrapped the link component around something, you're gonna have to add as child if you're not using it as the bare link component. This gives us the next screen, the OTP screen, but there's a problem. So what we see up here is we can go back, which is the default behavior of a stack since we pushed a new page on that stack. However, in the official application of WhatsApp, you actually press this once and you're on the screen and you can't go back. So in those cases, you can add replace in here, which would replace the page. So let's do another reload. Agree and continue, and you see I can't even use swipe to go back, and also that button up here is gone. Additionally, we can now give the header something more meaningful, like enter your phone number, And we can also make sure that even if for some reason we still get the back button, we can say header back visible false. Okay, so that would certainly disable the header back. So now we're on that OTP screen, and I think we finished our first screen. So this screen is done. This is a TypeScript issue. We don't really have to fix it because actually everything is correct. I don't know why it's complaining in the first place. So now the OTP screen is going to be a bit more challenging. Do I still have the other application to show you as a reference? It's probably this one. Or is it the other one? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, it's probably not this one. Is it in Expo Go? I don't think so, right? We don't really have that in Expo Go. This is the one I'm currently... Oh, this is probably... I could probably serve the other one in here as well, right? Yeah. All right, so this is what we want to create next. So we got a bit of text up here and down here, again, with those little link text elements. Then we have basically a group here, and above we could have a selection. In the official app, you're gonna see you click on this, it opens a modal. It's not too exciting. I don't want to drag this whole OTP verification to like 2 hours. We want to get to the inside area at some point. So we're gonna just keep it like this on the UI. But what I wanted to show you is still how we can get a cool input field like this here. All right, so this is a number input, which is currently geared towards a German number. So we have +49, which could also be automatically set by selecting Germany. I don't know what's the United States actually, but anyway. And then you're gonna have more numbers. And we can do this with a specific mask for that input. So let's get to our very own screen. And of course, we're gonna have this like little next button here at the bottom. I'm actually in the same, I'm in the same boat here, right? I can just switch between these apps. That is pretty cool. I didn't expect to be that smart. So let's get started. Since we have a text input on this page, I want to wrap my whole page with a keyboard avoiding view. Yeah, there are different packages. It's probably not the best, but in this case, it actually serves the purpose and should work just fine. Can we import the text keyboard avoiding view? Okay, we need some state. So we definitely need some sort of loading, set loading, and use state false in the beginning. Exactly. We want access to the phone number. So let's call this phone number, set phone number. We're gonna start with an empty string. I also need access to the Expo router if we want to use navigation from code and not just the link components. I will use the use router hook to access it. And once we got this, there's one more thing I wanted to add, which we later need for the correct keyboard offset. So you can use something like keyboard vertical offset and check the current platform. So if the platform is iOS, I will use something like 90, and on Android I will use 0. Oh, I completely forgot on the login screen, we had this open link function here. I'm sorry, but you can just use the linking package and call open URL and use whatever URL you prefer. So https galaxies.dev should now give me that page. So if I reload the application, I pressed on the wrong key, of course. If I click here, it should open galaxies.dev automatically. Nice. All right, here we go. And continue back to that page, because we're gonna actually need that on the OTP page again. So we can just copy paste it and put it in this place and import linking from React Native again. We can define the functions that we need. So we're gonna need send OTP, which will probably be an OTP, it will probably be an async function. But we're gonna also have another one which is called const try sign in, because if the user is already authenticated before and used OTP before, there's actually going to be an error in that flow. So we're gonna manage it like this. Let's also add some styling down here, React Native style sheet, and I will start with a little container and adding my colors. Again, and whenever I use the snippet for the style sheet, it's not adding the style sheet up here, which is mildly annoying. But anyway, we're gonna get around that. So inside the keyboard avoiding view, I will put another view which will have my container styling. And within that container, we can start with a description first of all. So let's add the description down here, which is I think the same as we had before. And then we can have our little description element here, text, style equals styles.description, close it, and our text. Okay, where is my text on the screen? I don't see it. Oh yeah, we need to give that one up here a flex of 1, otherwise we won't see anything. Good, here we go. So now we can do the list. I think we have to create our own little list styling in that case. I think I prepared something up front. Do we want to use that or do we want to do it manually? It's such a pity that you can't answer right now. I'd love to hear your opinion. So the list is this block, which will have a white background color and a bit of border radius and padding. So this is like this white block up here. And within that list, we're gonna of course have some list items. So the first one was style, let's call this list item. So we have to define that in a second. And that will be this, oh no, don't do it like this. Always put in text or React Native screams in your face. Don't put text in here without a text element. It's like always the same. So the list item will look like this. Okay, we got our box, which is white. And then we have the elements, which is the list item. I think for the list item text, we should also use a bit bigger font size and a different color. So once we got this, let's head over back here and let's give this one the styles.list item. And next to it, I also want to place an icon, which is at the end. So that indicates that something, is that correct? I would actually use chevron forward instead, and just a size of 20 and colors gray. Okay, so not too bad. As I said, I don't really want to use this at all. This is just meant as some sort of dummy list item. And on top of that, I will put a little separator in here. How can we get my separator? I think I had like a, didn't I have like a separator styling in our styles here? Yeah. Probably gonna use a bit different separator anyway. So let's make this one down here, styles.separator. And let's add a separator styling. So this one will use the full width, height of either 1 or, let's use the opacity 1 so we actually see the separator. Oh yeah, this is how you spell it. Okay, yeah, that is too much, of course. So let's go back to the opacity of 0.2. I wonder if I want to use height 1 or if I want to use a very thin line. So you can also use stylesheet.hairline width. So that gives it a really, really thin. In that case, I probably up the opacity a tiny bit. But anyway, we're not here to play with those things. Let's add the text below. So we have a legal and a link text as well, which go right below our field here. And then we're gonna focus on the actual input. So these fields are like, I just wanna make the clone look as close as possible, but at the same time, I don't wanna do too much and bore you with like these boring things. Okay, so this should go beyond or behind that view. Okay, so we got the same stuff like before, which opens up a list. And then I want to place a touchable opacity at the bottom of this view, which then triggers this function which we've seen with next. So I will keep this in here and use a touchable opacity from React Native. This should have some styling. On press, I definitely want to call send OTP, that's correct. And then we have a text element which says next. And a closing element as well. Okay, so this would place the button up here. This is of course very wrong, and we also don't have the styling yet. So button needs some styling and button text as well. Button will get the full width and we'll get a light gray background color. I think this is actually, we're not yet attaching this yet. That makes sense. We're gonna change this also with, we're gonna add an enabled background color and a button text, because the button can either be like very grayish or enabled, and then we're gonna switch the color. So let's dynamically change them. First, we're gonna go back to our touchable opacity. And if we wanna use dynamic styles, we can wrap them in an array now. So first of all, I wanna say styles button will be attached all the time. Oh, that is smart. If loading, I wanna use styles enabled. That's kind of smart. Nah, it's not smart. It's actually wrong. So what I want to do is I want to check if the phone number is unequal to an empty string. If that is the case, I want to use styles.enabled. Otherwise, I will use null. All right. Okay, yeah, I messed that up. Okay, so here we go. If the phone number is now something, let's change this manually. It will look like this. But we're not yet using the right styling for our text element, so we're gonna do the same in here. Style, open up that block. By default, it will have styles.button text, okay, which makes it look grayish. But then once we got a phone number here, if phone number is not null anymore, we're gonna use styles enabled or otherwise null. Okay, so now it will look like this, and if I switch this to an empty string, we have this disabled button. At the same time, you probably also, the problem is if we disable it, it will also look a bit different, I think. No, it's actually good. Yeah, that's a good point, valid point. I completely agree, we should also use disabled. Okay, cool. We got it. It's only in the wrong place. I wanted to have it completely at the bottom. And if you want to do this, an easy hack is to place something in between here, which takes up the full height and width available. So you can just do this by adding another view in here with a flex of 1. As everything is using a flex column layout right now, this would just span over the entire space and move the element to the bottom, as you can see. However, now it's a bit too much at the bottom, so let's change it back. Let's probably use something like, margin bottom. We could actually use, we could also use the save area. Do we want to use the save area? I'm just thinking. We probably could use that. Let's try. Use save area inset from React Native save area context, right? And I want to extract the bottom value. So here we go, and then I can I use the bottom value? Cannot find name bottom. No, this is certainly not true. What am I getting back here? I'm getting back edge insets, top right, bottom. So bottom is a number. Yeah, I would have to use this in my code here, right? Oh my. So I would have to use margin bottom like this. And then remove whatever entry I had here. Would this work? Yes, it would respect now the save area down here, because we're use save area insets and getting the bottom value. So on Android that might be null, and we're also now using this here on our touchable opacity. So it makes it look a bit different, a bit more complicated, but I hope it's still clear on how we got to that point of having the dynamic layout. Now the mask input follows. So let's place this beyond the separator. And we're gonna start with, actually let's try and look at what the default looks like. React Native mask input, is there an example? Yes, we can import the mask input. which is always a good idea to import the package. And then we can place it like this on my page. Cool, I love it. All right, property phone doesn't exist. Yeah, it's called phone number in my case. Set phone number. Okay. And voila, we have this small tiny input here, which is a bit, it's really very small. So let's see and give this a bit bigger size. Do it like this. It should be bigger. Let's see. Where is the phone? Phone. Here we go. I can attach some styling here, styles.input. Okay, that makes it a bit bigger. And now I can put in something. How does the mask input work? Well, the mask input has a specific mask, as you can see. And by the way, I tried different packages. This was it was good. It was okay. Okay, I don't want to say anything bad about this package, but is also not updated last 3 years. I think a few parts at least. Oh, it's actually updated last year. Okay, that's okay. But all the other packages I tried were really, really outdated and didn't work. Some people said just do it yourself. Yes, but I really don't want to manually implement these basic things. So this is going to be a theme across this video. We're gonna use stuff that other people from the React and React Native community have created and use that and change it to the way that we need it. Because this is an essential skill. You don't need to reinvent the wheel all the time. Okay, so in this case, I want to use a different mask. So I came up with this mask, which matches a German phone number with plus 2 digits, an empty space, 3 digits, empty, and then more digits, okay? So instead of the mask here, I just want to use now the German phone. And you can have different masks set up, and then based on the selection in the above field, you would then use it. Okay, let's see. I also think that, why is this so like, I feel like something is wrong. My upper thing here, this Germany thing doesn't look right. Yeah, this is list item text. A lot better. Now we got it. Okay. On top of that, oh no, on top of that, we see that if I press something, we get a log statement here. We get the masked and the unmasked value. I actually want to get the mask value, so this is fine up here. We can remove the rest here. We have my mask. The value is phone number. A few more changes. I would set the keyboard type to, because if I now open the keyboard, you're gonna see I actually have this one. I don't want that. I want to have a numeric keyboard right here. So here we go. That's a lot better. I also want to automatically focus this field when I enter that page, because there's pretty much no other. Oh, well, we could have the other thing, but I think in the actual application, this is also an autofocus. And then we could also have a placeholder which says like +49 your phone number. Okay, let's see. That looks pretty good. Okay, so I can do something, and then I can do 49. So this is of course not my number, but the phone input seems to work really, really well. Then once we get to that point, we should also have a loading view. I used some packages in the past, but we don't really need that. So let's do let's do not loading, because then we can see it in action during testing, because that is true right now. I will add a new view style. Let's do this in here. So we can do style sheet.absolute fill, and then yeah, let's also do some loading. Okay, let's close this. The loading should just be at a specific. Okay, we can probably put everything in here, but I think we actually can we use a spread operator in here? Can we use everything from style sheet.absolute? I just want to have absolute fill. Oh, I can get it as an object and then use it. Nice, that is cool. This is so cool. Whenever I create these tutorials for you, I learn something new. So you can also use style sheet absolute fill object, which gives you all the properties of that, and then we can use the rest. So now you see it is applied to my application. it turns everything white. This is what you're gonna see in the official WhatsApp application as well. So I will keep it like this. On top of that, what I wanna have in that view is I wanna have an activity indicator, size large, colors primary. Okay, so that's going on here. And then we have another text element which says sending code. Okay, or a lowercase code. Okay, and that should probably have like a font size of, I don't know, 18 and some padding of 10. Okay, so this is what people would see once they press the next button. Okay, let's see. So send OTP, I should set my loading to true. And now after a little timeout, I will set it to false and push a new page. That is mostly correct. However, we don't have that next page to verify the OTP yet. Let's add that as well. And you might ask, oh Simon, where's the logic for the OTP? Wait for it, that's coming in the next part. We first want to prepare the UI, and then we can completely focus on how the OTP with Clerk actually works. So I will go and create a new folder. I will show you why in a second. So I will call this verify, and I will add a new file with brackets around this one here. Okay, because once we get to that page, I want to show the phone number at the top of that page. Okay, so let me check this. React Native functional export page. If we want to access the phone number now on this page, we can get it, not like this. Phone, and we're gonna use local search params from Expo router, and we can actually have some typing in here. So if we want to, you could say something like phone string. Eventually we'll also pass another value to this page called sign in string, because there are different ways, as I already said, if the user does the OTP for the first time or for a second time, because then the account is already created. So let's get both of these values. Then we of course gonna have a code and set code, which is a state here. And on that page, yeah, I think we're actually at a point where we should build that page, right? I think we're at that point. Okay, so as I said, in my OTP page, I want to now route to the next page. The next page has now the link verify phone. Yeah, mostly like this. We can just copy this over and do it like this. I wonder if we should probably define this in my stack. Yeah, I think we should, because we need some custom styling. So I will grab that object and place it in here. The name of that page is exactly the file. So this should be verify/phone now. The title is verify your... Oh, come on, where's that symbol coming in? Verify your phone number. The header should be shown, yes. And the header back title should be edit number. So we can go back from that page to the previous page by doing this. Okay, let's see. So we're starting on the index page. We're starting on the index page. We get here, we click send OTP, and after 2 seconds of loading, we push to the verify page. Let's try. Agree, disabled. I put in my number, I press next. It loads, it sends the code, and we arrive at this page. Voila! Very nice. And we have, by the way, edit number and verify your phone number up here. Good. This works actually better than expected. So yeah, I'm really kind of shocked. Okay, so on the previous page, we used the React Native mask input. Now we're using another package called the React Native confirmation code field, and we installed all of these packages in the first part of the tutorial. So we're gonna do something that looks pretty similar to this. This is how it works. This is an explanation, and then there's a basic usage. We can actually start by importing all of that in here, and then we will be able to use that. However, there's a bit more that we need to do on this page. So let's prepare. We will use a use effect here, which tries to verify our code. So we're going to check the code. And once the code length, so if the code.length is equal to 6, I'll just put a log instead here and then it will say something. Okay, so this is the point to do verify code. This is where we want to verify our OTP, okay, and send it to Clerk. That means we're going to have a function to verify our code, async function something. And then, as I said before, there are different ways to verify if you're signing in after using it already. So we're going to have verify code and verify sign in. Additionally, it might happen that the user did not get the code. So let's add a resend code function in here. Okay, that is prepared as well. And now we can get into our view. Let's start by adding some styling down here. And I think once we get to the inside, oh, this is interesting. I didn't expect that. Once we get to the inside area, I think we will have a bit less styling in here, but this is just like a little glimpse of hope for you. Okay, so let's put it here. And we call this one our styles.container. Cool. On top of that, we can have the legal text again and the button text as well. So let's bring that over. We have the legal text, the button text, and the button. We can put this all on our page. So let's start with the boring legal text, which are, we have sent you an SMS with a code to the number above the complete phone. Please enter the 6-digit activation code. By the way, if we at this point want to change the stuff here in the header, we can easily do this. So you can say stack in here dot screen, the same setup like we used in other places. And we can just use the options in here and set the title to, let's just set it to phone. Okay. So now that we're on the screen, let's say this is my number. I go next. And this is not yet working. I probably have to reload. Or are we using, let's see. Next. Why does it say verify? It should not do that anymore if I set my title. Probably the header is visible. Good question. Are we actually getting the right phone? I mean, I think we do. Right, we do get the right phone number. Why are you not setting the stack screen in here? Because this should definitely be possible. Why does it keep using that one? I don't know if we have like to do a full rebuild or something. It still says verify phone number. Let's say if I remove the header title here, shouldn't it be header title in here? Let's see. I should do, yeah. It's that one. Okay. So now it works. Yeah, now it would show the phone number up here. And I should, by the way, decrease this timeout. It's annoying while we test things. Okay, so we got the first legal text in here. And then I want to add another button, which is a touchable opacity. Again, we're circling in on the harder stuff here. But this touchable opacity will actually be to resend my code. So it will say, like, didn't receive a code. Then go ahead and get a new one. Okay, so this would trigger it. Now, the more important part is the code field. So we already brought in the import. There are some stylings. This is how the code field looks. Ooh. Okay. This is going to be challenging. So everything is red. Great. Let's start with the easy one, the cell count. That should be 6. I will define it up here nonetheless because we're cool kids. Then we had a ref, or they had a ref. They used a ref to that field like this. Use blur on field with the value. So the value in my case is actually our code. So it's not called value, it's called code. And we got it. We can also remove that part here. We don't need that yet. Okay, we need some props. Do we need them? By the way, what is... Oh yeah, they had this as well. They had this on the page as well. So props, value, and set value. In my case, the value is code, and the set value function is set code. So, okay, we fixed that one. The value, as I said, is code, unchanged text, set code. Then we have styling. So we could call this code root field if we want to. I think they had this, yeah, they had the styling for the code root field as well. Let's add it in here. Okay, so far we don't really see anything yet because we don't have the cell and the focus cell. So let's call this. Actually, I would like to call this differently. I would like to call the styling here. Symbol is focused cursor. I think this is correct so far. But I will call this cell text. I think this is more in tune, and focus cell can stay as it is. Let's see. Actually, oh no, actually this is correct. This is the cell root. So this package is a bit more challenging. Okay, let's bring in 3 additional stylings. Okay, let's go down here. We got a cell root. We got a which has a specific width and height. Then we have the cell text, which is like the value inside. And then we have the cell that is currently focused, okay? And that is what we want to apply. So at the top here, around this, actually this should be a view in my case. The view has the cell root styling. And if it is focused, it also has the focus cell. Then within, I want to use the cell text styling and either display the symbol, or if it is focus cursor or null. Okay, so we still got that. Let's try. We're going here and we're getting closer. Okay, so we see if it is focused, it gets the black border and it has the blinking cursor. So both of these are true. We also, yes, we also have a numeric pet. Text content type. What is this? Text content type. I think if this is set to one-time code, probably it will automatically give us this overlay here. If we get a message, then on iOS you can say import from message. And I've seen this before, by the way. Okay. Is everything else correct in here? I wonder. We have the code field root. No. So now if I put in the last number, I actually get a log message. So that means our use effect works as well. Did it look like this in the past as well? It's just my question to like myself. Which is hard to say because in that other application I already have the Clerk authentication integrated. Well, I think we're fine. I wonder if we're actually not using any kind of loading overlay on this page anymore. So we can also get rid of that. I think we're kind of done. Like I can go back. I can go to that screen. We have all the functionalities laid out. So once we come to that point here, we can actually do a little check. So if sign in, if sign in is equal to true, so you can't say true because it's passed as a string in the URL, then we're going to use verify sign in, and otherwise I want to use verify code. Okay, so we got that as well. And I just wonder if we can have a bit more padding between those input fields. Cell root, width, height, margin, top, gap. Yeah, I could probably change the gap of these fields, right? Does it change anything? Yeah, it does. Okay, so where were I before? At 6. Yeah, that looks good to me. Okay, I think we can live with that. So this is our code verification screen. That means we have laid out all the grunt work, the basic work here. We're using cell text correctly, I hope. Yes, we have a text style with the cell text. We have the cell root. We have our get cell layout handler applied correctly. At least I hope we did it correctly. And so we have used the package correctly. Now, the only thing missing is probably we can do this right now before we get into Clerk. What happens once we have successfully verified this? We would get to the actual inside area of our application. So I want to do a new tabs layout and I will group these files. So with the brackets, I can now group this. I'll put in an index.tsx, call this page and call this like inside. So we just see that we're able to go to this inside page. We can do the tab bar in a minute, but for now I just want to have this page in here. And once I verify something, like let's say I just verify the code, I will then use router. Actually, we don't need to do it because we're gonna catch this with authentication at the top level. So yeah, I think we will leave it like this. Make sure you got it until this point so you can step through, and then we're ready for the real authentication. Okay, time to implement the actual OTP logic. For this, we will use Clerk. Clerk is also the sponsor of this video, as I mentioned before, and also we've done a great video with Clerk, the Airbnb clone, which you should also definitely check out. That was an epic one as well, and more to come in the future. So Clerk is really the most comprehensive user management platform. You get like everything that you need for the best in class authentication and user management, and on top of that they have a fair pricing where you can get started with a free plan up to 10k monthly active user, which is pretty impressive, and then it starts at 25 per month, so it really scales with you. And we're gonna use the SMS OTP verification, which will be quite easy to implement. So let's go to my dashboard and I will create a new application. I will call this WhatsApp video. I want to use phone number. I will disable the rest of this because in our application we can only use phone number. I will create this. However, this is not too important here. We're now greeted by the screen, which is pretty nice. So I can use this key. In fact, it's not the Clerk. It should actually be the Expo public key. I don't know why it's not included like this. So in my project, I will create a .env file and I will add the Expo public Clerk publishable key, which should be this one. Okay, so if you have a production version, so this is your development mode. Okay, so once you switch that to production, create a production instance, you have to use that code as well. On top of that, we need to install some packages. We need to install 2 packages, and I think we might have to do a new pre-build. So the first one is npm install at clerk/clerk-expo. Okay, that's the first package. And because we want to securely in a safe way store our key, we will also install another Expo package called Expo Secure Store once this is done. By the way, you will see, or you might have a question, because sometimes I install packages with npm, which simply installs the latest version, the latest major version of that package, and sometimes I use npx expo install, which I will do for the next package once this is done. I don't know why this takes like ages. Did I mess up something? Or is my connection just so bad? I don't know. Yes, it's certainly strange. Usually this shouldn't take as long because at clerk-expo, yeah, well, it's done anyway. Let's not further talk about it. The second package, and by the way, my IDE is Snow. I just noticed it. The second package is npx. Can I type? Okay, yeah, this is the package, but oh, come on. npx expo install expo secure store. So if you install something with Expo installed, it will make sure it is using the right version that's working with the latest version of the Expo SDK. So this is what I wanted to say for about a minute now. I don't want to open a Java project. I'm getting mad at you, VS Code. Stop it. Okay, so we installed those two packages. That's good. And we have the Clerk here. Let's just make sure that our stuff is actually enabled. So we don't have any users yet. That's cool. We do have phone number authentication. One of the settings, yes, require, allow users to sign in, verify at sign up. Yes, we're gonna keep all of that like it is. I will now also disable password as an authentication factor and click at the bottom on apply changes. Because this kind of messed up the authentication logic from time to time. So I really just want to have phone number authentication, not password as another factor. So these are like authentication factors that you can use. And of course, if your application requires one of these, cool, you can enable them. But for our WhatsApp clone, we only really want to use SMS verification. We don't have to plug in anything here in our development instance, and we can use this now as it is. So that is pretty cool. Therefore, let's move on to my application. And what we want to do is we need to wrap our application now with Clerk. So a few changes are required. I still want to keep most of the stuff that we have here because it's quite helpful to have that from Expo. However, let's import the Clerk publishable key, the one I can't pronounce correctly. And from Clerk, the Clerk provider, and use auth from the package that we just installed. So now down here in my root layout nav, I will return Clerk provider and I will wrap this around our app. The publishable key is now the Clerk publishable key I just had. I don't know what this is, but we don't need that. And this goes completely around my app. There's something missing in here, which is the token cache. So there's a special way, I think this is described in the documentation, to use a specific secure store. This sort of adapter-like behavior is pretty common. And that basically means we can supply our own logic to the Clerk provider and how it loads and stores the JWT, because authentication is happening. And in our case, it is using the secure store from Expo, so the native way to securely store our information. Get token would then call get item async, and save token would call set item async. And now we just need to pass that token cache in here, okay? And then the Clerk provider should be mostly happy if I say that this key is definitely set. Okay, cool. I will also now change this up. So I will bring all the screen logic for the stack in here. And within the Clerk provider, I will just use, let's call this, I don't know, initial layout. And then I will call this one up here. Const initial layout equals this. Okay, so now we've wrapped our Clerk stuff around my initial layout. And I want to also tell here, so we're gonna call, do we have to, I kind of want to stay consistent with how my code looks. So I will use it like this. And then I will add the export default root layout nav. So this is used, Clerk is around the app, the initial layout will load and put some magic and logic on top. This is important. Why? Because we're using Expo router and pretty much everyone could go to the file if we're using URL-based routing. So we need to make sure that our files are now protected and as well that we can automatically move to the inside area. So the inside area will be this tabs folder right here. I will do something like chats. Let's call this chats.tsx, okay? That looks a bit better. In my initial layout, I now need a few things. I will need the router. So const router equals use router from, oh no, I think I imported something wrong. I think I made a horrible mistake somewhere, yeah, up here. Go away. Next to the router, I also need segments. So I want to access these segments, which are basically the parts of the URL, which give me some more information. And then I will also load is loaded and is signed in from use auth. So these are from Clerk, and we can use that information to protect my pages in the best possible way. So as I said, I want to keep all of this, which loads some specific fonts and returns an empty layout in case we're not yet ready. Actually, if we're not loaded or not is loaded, we can return null. I had some problems with this, so I will change this to view. Usually Expo router is not really happy if you just return null, so I will just return a view instead. And now we can put in our logic. You have perhaps seen this before, perhaps not. We're gonna make the use effect dependent on is signed in. If at this point, oops, nope, that's not what I want. If is loaded, so if Clerk is not yet ready, we're just gonna abandon and return. Otherwise, I will check if we are in the tabs group. So if we're trying to access something in there, so we can check if segments at the index 0 is equal to, did I call this tabs or auth? I wonder. I think I called this tabs, right? Okay, so this will check if we're in the tabs group. So now the question is, if we are signed in, if the user is signed in, and the user is not yet in the tabs group, the question is, where is the user? So the user is still on one of those OTP pages. And that means I want to bring the user to the inside area. I want to bring her there by using router replace. So I don't want to go back at any point. And I want to go to /tabs/ I think calls or chats or something. /tabs/chats. Why are you not picking up on that? Probably because I don't have any Expo command running. So after adding that package, I think we need to do a new prebuild as we changed some native stuff. Yeah, we definitely did. So let's do a prebuild and add -- clean. That is important because it will actually wipe out the folders that we had, the iOS and Android folders, and regenerate them using our app JSON information and config plugins or whatever should be applied. So if you don't do it with clean, you probably won't get the new stuff included in your application. So do that. Also, we're done. And we can do npx expo run iOS once again. Yes, I want to use that port. I'm fine with that. So let's close it. Okay, I think in a minute this should work when it picks up the types, or it understands that I actually have that file. But for now, let's keep it like it is. So otherwise, it just means, well, we're not signed in. Maybe we can do like an else if not is signed in. In that case, I want to bring the user to the initial screen. This also means that we're basically having the whole logic for authentication in place. So if we are in the inside area, in the tabs area called wherever settings, and the user signs out, is signed in will switch, and the Clerk package will inform us. The use effect is triggered. It finds out, oh, the user is not signed in, so we're automatically brought back to the login or OTP verification screen here again. And otherwise, if we sign in, we will automatically be brought to the inside area. Okay, this means, I guess, that we're good. We have the use effect. We have my stack here with everything that we need. And as far as I know, we should be, let's close this a bit so we see what's going on. We can go to the first page, which is the OTP page, right? So on that OTP page, we need to send the OTP or try to sign in case the OTP fails. So this is going to be interesting. On this page, we can now access everything that we need. We can access sign up and set active from use sign up from Clerk. And we can also get const sign in. Oh, come on. Using all the wrong keys all the time today. Okay, so mostly we got it right. Okay, here we go. Again, we're back on our page. Everything is still cool. So to send out my OTP, what I want to do is I want to wrap everything here in the big try catch block. I will catch an error at some point. Now I'm going to log out that error as well. Okay, we start by saying sign up. So this is the default way, sign up.create. And when I call create, I can just pass in the phone number, but as an object, I think, right? Yes, phone number. So as it's called phone number in our case as well, we can just do it like this. Once we got this, it will create a user. Then we're gonna follow this up with prepare phone number verification. Okay, this prepares it. And by calling this, it should, oh, no documentation, oh, that's a pity. Prepare phone number verification would now try to send the OTP to the user. That also means at this point, I'm ready to go to the next page. So router push to verify phone. We had it before, I messed up, I'm sorry. So yes, let's use the string literals in here, pass my phone number to that page. Good. If the user was verified before, we're gonna hit that error block here. And now it's interesting because I found out that we can use it like this. So we can check if this is a Clerk API response error and pass in the error. So in that case, TypeScript knows that the error is now of the type API whatever. And we can further check if error.errors. So we see we now get actually the real typings here. So if the errors at the index 0 dot code is equal to, and now we have to use form identifier exists. I hope I have no typo in here. If that is the case, I will say user exists, and we're gonna try await try sign in instead. Okay, otherwise, if in any other case, well, it should be an error like this. I would set my loading to false, and I would call probably alert.alert with error message. Okay, cool. At this point, it should actually be possible to send out my number. So I would have to use my own number now to get a message. So I will have to somehow hide this because I don't want everyone to call in and ask me for support. But maybe we can do the sign in as well right now. So in this case, the flow looks a bit different. I think it's actually described very well here in this document. So the first flow is the sign up flow. This is the one we just implemented. Okay, so create, verify, and once we try to verify, we're gonna have to do this on the next page. Actually, that's something we can do right here. So on the verify page, if we wanna verify the code, we can use that exact logic. So in that case, we also need to use the two imports we just had before. So let's add them from use sign up and use sign in. And then we can verify the code pretty easily. So we can attempt phone number verification with our code. And most importantly, we have to then set our session active. We're gonna add the alert from React Native. Okay, right? This is the whole logic, which is basically the same. Attempt phone number verification, and if it is complete, we can set our session, which would then automatically trigger at the top layout file the change of is signed in. If we are on the other end of the spectrum, if we need to verify and try to sign in the user, the code looks a tiny bit different, but mostly it's still the same. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the first factors, the supported of that user. In our case, we only support phone number authentication, so we are sure that there has to be a phone code strategy usually. But I wanted to follow the docs, and this is how they present it. Once you are at that point, you can call the prepare first factor sign in. So we're now using the sign in object, not the sign up object. We use the same strategy, phone code and my phone number. And at this point, I also want to go to that next page on which I can verify the code. However, we're now in this different mode of sign in. So now what we're going to use is we will go to verify and put in our phone number, but I will also add a query param of sign in true. And I will also set my loading to false. So by doing this query param in here, we're now able to get that information here. We already implemented the logic in the use effect in the first place. So if this sign in is true, we're going to use a different function. We're not using verify code, we're using verify sign in. And I mean, it's not very different, but it's a tiny bit different flow. So we got to be prepared for that. I was certainly hit by this because I created my user, I signed in, I signed out, I tried again, and it didn't work. So with this code and with this flow, you should be very safe, because now we can verify the user with the first factor code. So await sign in, I pass in the code, and it's hopefully correct, and then we activate my session. To wrap this up, let me quickly expand on recent code. So I'm gonna find the code for the whole authentication flow as well as always on GitHub. Recent code is pretty much going through all the steps again. If sign-in is true, we're gonna do the first factor stuff. Otherwise, we're gonna create and prepare phone number verification. So with all of that in place, let's check. We have our layout authentication logic, which reacts to, let's put this in here, is signed in changed. So we're gonna get some messages, okay? Then once we are there, we're gonna replace and go to the inside area. And before that, we have my verification screen or the OTP screen and the verification screen. So let's give this a try. Okay, I will put in my phone number. Okay, then I will hit next. This should hopefully, let's see, on my, where are we? We're on the OTP screen, right? We're not using my keyboard vertical offset. That's a pity. Well, we can't really confirm that. We could probably use the keyboard vertical offset at the bottom. I just noticed this one little, yeah, this should go actually to my keyboard avoiding view. Let's do it in here. Keyboard vertical offset. Sorry, just adding this. We forgot about this before. Behavior should be padding if we're on iOS. Okay, anyway, let's try and verify my number. Okay, we're gonna get more space here, so let's hit next. We're sending a code, and if we did everything correct, yep, I got a code. I got a code from a random number, which I can now insert here. Actually, we should probably also autofocus on here. So let's say this is my code. Is it? Okay, we got the full code, and oh yes, we are moved automatically to the inside area. And we got the log message is signed in, changed true. Oh, praise the Clerk SDK, we're here. Okay, so what happened? I inserted my number, I got the OTP on my actual real device. We haven't configured anything else. You saw how I configured Clerk. We verified the code on the phone verify screen. And because is signed in changed to true, the use effect in our top layout file was triggered, and we were brought to /tabs/chats. The question is why we still have this back area here, but we're gonna fix this in a second as we implement our tab bar. The most important part is that we have a verified user, and we can confirm this usually by going to our users here. Exactly, and we should have a new user or you should have a new user in your Clerk dashboard where you can go into the settings and manage that user. If I now press R for a big reload, I am also immediately signed in because Clerk will get that session, the JWT that was stored in the secure store, loaded and confirm. And of course, my layout here, strikes again, is changed and we're brought directly to my tabs inside area. Okay. I hope you were able to follow along with all of this. There was quite a lot of code for especially the OTP screens and the verification screens, including this check between signing in and creating that user. You can now or later try to sign out and then sign in again. It should go the other branch where it goes into the sign in. So I hope all of that works for you. I hope you also see the inside area, and once you got that, you can continue with the next step. If you've made it this far, congratulations first of all. We will now implement the basic tab bar for this area. That means here in my folder, I will now do a new _layout file. If you have questions about the Expo router and how layouts and pages and everything worked, go check out the other videos I did on this. There's like a big live stream I also did where I walked through all the layouts. Basically, you can have your own layout file in these folders. If you use it like this, it would appear in the URL. So if you would host this as a website, verify would actually be part of the URL. If we use brackets around this, it's more like a group and you don't have to use it in the URL. It's more like grouping stuff together, and I just like to use it like this. Okay, in my tab bar, we're gonna have multiple pages. So we're gonna have updates.tsx. I will just use this all the time. So we have updates. We do have, I think, communities.tsx, like all the tabs here. Then we have settings.tsx. We have calls.tsx. And I think that's all, right? Calls. Oh no, chats. Chats. We have chats. Forgot the most important part. Never mind. Oh, we actually have a chats. Calls, chats, communities, settings, and updates. Good. Now we want to present all of that in our tab bar. So let's see, where is my tab bar? This should be it. So I will wrap everything here with tabs from Expo Router. If we do this, we are back at square zero. Why am I here? Okay, here we go. This is interesting. This is fun. My tab bar now looks like this. It will first of all pick up all the tabs, and in general, it works. That's not too bad. We see we have a duplicate header. That's the first thing we should fix. We should fix this at the top level, because in my top layout, I still specify, or I don't specify it yet, but I should specify this area. So as another screen named tabs, or actually the name of that folder, so it applies to all the files in that folder, I want to set the options header shown to false. Okay, so now we are here and we don't have that header anymore. That's a good start. Additionally, we can now move into designing the tabs. So I will move this a bit up and I hope that we can all see it correctly. What I want to do at this point as well is, as we're gonna use some gestures later, I will wrap the whole inside area here in the gesture handler root view. Have I installed that package actually? I haven't done that yet. That's a pity. We definitely should install the, oh no, this is a native change as well, right? I'm gonna have to do the pre-build again. Do I really? No, I will not do the pre-build right now again. I will probably wait for this and do it later. Also, whenever I install something here, it looks like my whole Visual Studio code goes into a crazy state of, I don't want to work with you anymore. But let's hope this works in a second again. Okay. So we got our tab bar. We should now define the different tab screens. So they're named chat, settings, whatever. We're gonna start actually with the one that's most to the left, which is updates, and start by changing its appearance. So under the hood, this is still using React navigation. So we're using the same properties that you're probably used to. So this one is updates. And I also want to see, now we have updates and updates down here, but I also want to affect the icon. So tab bar icon. And in the tab bar icon, we got access to size and color. We should destructure this and use these values because we can then use them for an icon. I think I used a material icon, name, update, and then size and color. Okay. So this gives us the first icon. We can use a bunch of different, we can use feather, icons, material icons. It doesn't really matter. The most important is that my coffee is still warm. I just got a fresh cup. Okay, so here is the first screen. Let's define the other screens. So the second one will be calls. I will give it a title calls. And then I will use material, community icons, and phone outline. Okay, this is the second one. Third one is, I think, communities. So we got communities, and the icon that I want to use for communities is a material icon people. Okay, good. Next one is chats. And as an icon for chats, I want to use chat bubbles from Ionicons. Chat bubbles. Okay, and finally we got settings, and the icon in this case is the cog from Ionicons. Okay, good. So we got the tab bar. All of these tabs now have a nice name. They have a nice icon, but we can also change the appearance, so the color scheme we got here. Let's put it here. Now this is actually a bad place. Let's put it up here. And if we want to affect this for all the tabs, we can do this at the top tabs element. Here it is, by the way, screen options, not just options. So we can set the tab bar style. And in here I can set the background color. I want to set this to my own colors.background. So that should turn it slightly gray, okay? Maybe I'm gonna do it just for the sake of this example like this. Then we have the tab bar active tint color. For that I want to use primary. It's not a big change, but still I want to follow my scheme. And the tab bar inactive background color should also be colors background. And also the tab bar active background color is my background. So I want to just make sure that we have the right colors in the right places. Additionally, what is this? Additionally, tab bar. What is this? Tab bar. What was the name? Active background color? Yeah, I think so. Finally, I want to add a bit to the header area. So we don't really see the header area yet. Here we go, header style. And for the header, I also want to use my background color. And on most places, I want to hide this little shadow. It's probably not even visible on the camera, on the recording. But we can say header shadow visible false. So that gets rid of that area. Which will be really helpful on some screens. Okay, good. So we got this in all the screens. We can navigate around. We will at some point change a bit of the layout again, because we're gonna have a special behavior in some screens, and we also need like their own stack, which means we have a nested stack in a tab bar. This is going to be a bit more challenging, but for now I think we're done with the general styling of the tab bar. So all of the files have become a page, and we're ready to start with maybe a bit boring screen, but still it's important to understand how you can make an interesting settings screen. The settings page of WhatsApp is a great example of how you can make a rather boring page look actually good. So this is from the other application that I have. We got this cool settings page and there are a few things going on, especially this header stuff. Which scrolls down the title into the top, which is a native iOS setting, and also reveals this search bar. And then we got these different blocks with colors and nicely aligned and separated items. So this is what we want to do. Apparently our application right now looks like this. No, do I have to reload again? I should have a session. No, why am I signed out? Alright, I'm signed in, no problem. That actually gave me the chance to check my flow here, and I noticed that I had a typo here where we had our OTP logic, so this form identifier exists, and I had like identifier or something. Anyway, let's get back to the settings screen, which is rather empty. I will begin with some basic stuff because we're gonna need some data for that page. Let's bring in our colors. So you can find this as always on GitHub. I just have these lists defined. So devices, items with colors and their icons. And we can now use them on our page. Additionally, I want to include the sign out. So we can get sign out from the Clerk package. Use auth from Clerk Expo. Any problem? No, shouldn't problem. Okay, let's give this one, first of all, styling of flex1. And for the background color, I want to use my colors.background. And we will soon discover that we are not able to replicate this behavior with the current page as it is. But that's a bit foreshadowing. I just want to let you know upfront that we're going to have to wrap up our layout again. Anyway, for now, let's start. Let's probably put everything into a scroll view. So we just need like a React native scroll view. And then we're gonna do the first block, which is a view. And for the styling, we can now actually use our default styles that we defined in the beginning and use the block styling. I could have probably used a bit more from that as well. If we hit save, we don't see anything yet because there's no content inside. So in that block, I want to use a flat list to define these items. Why? I don't know why. The flat list is usually pretty performant. We don't need to go any further, but flat list is usually good. And it's also a good idea to see how the flat list works. So let's get started by adding the data for the flat list will be our devices. And then I can render the item. I want to define my own function here. So I will most likely render a view, which has style, default styles item. I don't know what all of this is. I think I don't want all of this. For now, I really want to just have the item name in here without any big styling. Okay, so broadcast list, start messages. Good start, right? Problem is that we need to also define what is wrong. Virtualized list should never be nested. Yes, exactly. So because we have a scroll view around the flat list, this error comes up. And to prevent this, I will add enabled or scroll enabled false in here. We don't really need to scroll in this block here as we can scroll the whole page, right? So therefore we can safely disable this. I also want to have an item separator component, which we can easily add here. Do we have this? Yeah, default style separator. Actually, we got this. Nice. That's pretty cool. So now I just need to style my box a bit more. I think in the past I used a component for that, like an icon. Do we want to use a custom component? Yeah, let's do this. That's actually a good time. So let's create a new file under components slash, and I will call this boxed icon.tsx. React Native functional export, boxed icon. And this icon will have a little view. But most importantly, it has a specific type. Let's call these boxed icon props. It has a name, which is not a string. Actually, we can do this for now, but a background color that is a string. And then we can close this. Okay, now how do we get access? We can just use it in here. We can extract name and background color, and using the boxed icon props. This is actually background color. Okay, so these are like the big icons I wanted to use. Let's include them in my settings page. So going back to that page, we can now use it in our view. So let's add boxed icon here. That expects the name of the icon and a background color. So right now we see we only got boxed icon. Of course, we need to resolve that to the actual icon. Maybe we wrap up here with the font size. Let's give this 18. And this should also use flex 1 to spend most of the width here. And then at the end, I want to have another icon, chevron forward size, probably like 20. Okay, so now we just need to create our boxed icons. So within that boxed icon, I want to use the actual icon of the icon. So icons usually just like this. Name, size 22, and color, yeah, we could use white. However, if you assign the name dynamically like this as a string, it's not working. TypeScript will complain. Type string is not assignable to the type of these. We can now fix this by changing the type here of name to type of, oh, come on, that was the right, it had the right one, type of icons default props. Okay, and now voila, everyone is happy. We're just not using it correctly. We should give that view some styling as well. So I will give this background color, some padding, and also a border radius of 6. And as a result, we have these icons with padding and white icons. So this is how we do our own custom boxed icon, and how we pass in the name of an icon with type of icon's default props. Good, that's a nice start, right? So now let's head back over. We have this, we have that. So that's all cool. That means we can pretty much duplicate these things now. So the second list is actually items, and voila, it will just work. Because we have done a pretty great job of abstracting all the stuff away, and we just need to plug in the right data here to get this beautiful little view. You could of course have all the action handlers click and like pass a link probably also, or make this whole item. Yeah, that would probably be a cool job. So if you're interested, you could make this like a settings row or something as a custom component, and then use that instead. Okay, anyway, below this, I would like to render a little touchable opacity. So after the last view, I will add a touchable opacity, some styling, but most importantly on press, I want to call sign out. And within, I will just have a little text element saying log out. I don't want to trigger this yet. I will just place it here in case you want to test your flow. I actually tested this right up front. So this is how it worked. Now, what we wanted to have is the iOS header effect. And this is a bit more complicated. And the problem is that we need to define some specific settings for a large header title. However, we can't do this for a tabs.screen. We need to be in a stack layout. So therefore, settings needs to have its own layout, as well as later calls and chats. So what we're gonna do is we create a new folder and call this one settings. We move our settings file to it and call it instead index, because it's now in that folder. And we add a new underscore layout.tsx in here. In which we will define our own stack layout. Okay, if we now go back to settings, it looks a bit strange. because we don't need the header anymore that we had defined on our tab bar layout. So in the tabs layout, we will now find the settings and say header shown is actually false. So now we only have our own header of that settings page. In here, I just want to define one page. So I want to define the stack.screen name index, and I want to set some options. Okay, we got 2 elements in here. Okay, header, title, whatever, and close it. Okay, so we're back on the settings page. Now we will change this first of all to settings, and now it begins. We enable this by saying header large title true. Okay, so this is the first step. We actually see this here. It's now above our page and it kind of moves already there. So we got a bit of work to do to make this work correctly with our page. But I think this is really interesting. Once I discovered this, I was really like, wow, this is cool. I want to set the header shadow visible to false, because that didn't really work well. And I want to use the same background color that we used when we defined this screen on the tab bar. So now settings has the same background color like our page and will just give us a more natural look. Additionally, I actually also want to have a search bar here, and we can get this so easily by saying header search bar options, and then I'll just add a placeholder of, I don't know, search. Okay, and this is enough to give you this awesome search field. Like, wow, that is so cool. Again, all of this is found in the React navigation documentation, which is used under the hood of Expo Router. So you don't have to learn something new. It is already there. Now, the only thing is that this is actually covering our page and it's not working 100% correctly. Therefore, go back to the settings page, and at the top we have our scroll view, and we need to add 2 properties to that scroll view to make it work correctly. So content inset adjustment behavior needs to be set to automatic. Once we do this, this is what we want to do. You see, now we got a smooth transition here. Let's see, I want to do a little reload and check. So if I go here, we see settings. If I scroll further, it reveals the search bar. If I go up, it fades it out into the header. And this is exactly the iOS way, how iOS handles large titles and how they move into the header area. This feels really good. It feels really good. I thought we had to do a second one with some padding for the bottom, but we actually don't have to. So what we've done is we've moved our settings page into its own folder with its own stack settings. If you can't define it in the tabs layout for tab screen, because these are stack screen specific settings, especially the header large title, then I think you could actually, what can we do? Can we header large title? Yeah, you can get header large title, shadow visible, header title style. Let's do false here, and no, then we have like a initial. No, I don't think that's a good way. We're gonna keep it like it is. I think this is already perfect. So of course we're not really using the search bar, but you see you can easily hook into that and tap into that and filter your items, and it already gives us this epic thing, so we don't have to animate anything. That is like so amazing. I love it. Okay. And that is why I wanted to implement this settings page. It's not a super special page, but you see, it looks pretty cool, and it has all these elements that you expect from a page like that. I've seen so many boring settings pages, and it's actually not too hard to make it look at least decent with different colors, separating them into blocks, adhering to the platforms, and using these sort of animations or micro animations in your application. Okay, I've spent enough time on the settings page and telling you how much I love it. Let's move on to another page. I think next one we're gonna tackle is calls. After finishing the great settings page, we will now focus on the calls page. On that page, we have several things to do. We're going to split these up as good as possible into different sections. So basically what we want to do is achieving a page that looks like this. So we have this same setup of the big header, which then becomes small. So we're going to talk about our own layout again. We have two buttons up here and here. They won't really have functionality, but we want to include them nonetheless. Then we need this segmented control up here. This is not a standard control, and it's going to be somewhat challenging to get this to work. Actually, we're going to do this in the next part. So we're going to begin by having this general UI in place and then building up this list of dummy data. Once we got all of that, there will be things that we're going to include as well. So we can switch, of course, between all and missed, so that list will be filtered. On top of that, that filtering should be animated. So we're going to have a nice transition between these different settings. Then we also want to introduce swiping on different rows. So I just want to give you like the outlook on what we want to achieve with this page. And finally, we want to add the edit flow. So if you click on edit up here in the corner, it will change to done. And instead, you're going to see this remove button for each of our elements. So that means we have quite a lot of work here. And I really wanted to dive deep into this page because it's an easy page. If you use WhatsApp, it feels natural. But that is like the biggest challenge, making your application feel natural, feel like, yeah, this is exactly how the app should feel. And I want to show you that, yes, this is possible with React Native as well. So here we go. Let's start by doing what we did for the settings page. So calls index.tsx. This will now be the content here. So we can remove the calls page and we can pretty much copy over the layout. Only that this will be called calls right now. For the header search, I think we can keep search. So then I also want to change in my topmost layout file that we're automatically brought to chats. So this will make sure we're always brought to the calls page. On top of that, going back to the tabs layout, we have to disable the header for the calls page now. Otherwise, we have a duplicate header. And then we have a pretty good start for the calls page, I think. We have calls, we have header large too. In fact, there's something else I had before when scrolling stuff here. So I will include this already here because I tend to forget things. So there's another field called header blur effect. I will set this to regular. We can't really trigger this. So let's try and come back to that in a second. We got my placeholder, and then I will also include for the header right field a touchable opacity. Actually, we could have just made an icon. Anyway, I will use a touchable opacity. We won't attach any functionality, and we're going to use the ionicons. Let's use call outline. Colors will be colors primary and size maybe 30, and then close this. So then we have the header, first thing of the header. The header left field where we need this edit button, I want to do this in the actual page here. Why, you might ask? Well, the reason is simple. If I do it in here, I can more easily catch the actual event. So I can now just do it in here. So I can say stack.screen. Can we have the stack from Expo router? Okay, great. And close it. And I will set the options here. And I will set the header left to pretty much what we had here. I want to keep that page open. I'm afraid I will lose track of it. Header left in this case. This is going to be a touchable opacity as well. And I want to use just a text in here. So on press, I want to toggle something. So let's call this like on edit. Okay, this will do something. So on press, I want to call on edit. And then we're going to have a text element in here with a styling. Yeah, I could say edit. Of course, that's wrong. This should be dependent on a state. We need some state. Is editing, set is editing false, exactly. So I'm really trying to also embrace a bit of TypeScript, a bit of Copilot and how I use it in my work. Colors.primary, and then give it a font size of 18. Okay, looks quite good. Now you can make this also dependent. So is editing, then we're gonna have a done text, and otherwise we're gonna have an edit text. And once we click on edit, we will just flip the value here. So is editing, not is editing, and setting it. Okay, so we see pretty easy. I feel like we could actually change like a bit of the font weight. Well, let's keep it like it is. We know also from the other page that we had that we should surround our actual view now with a scroll view. And within that scroll view, use the content adjustment behavior automatic. So if we use that on our page, we will be able to have this switch in the header. I'll also make sure that we have a style here of flex1. And for the background color, I want to use my colors.background. Okay, can we already? Yeah, we can already do this. Good. That's good. That's good. Good start. Now we need some data. So I added some data here. I have some calls, I have chats, I have context, messages. We're going to use a few of these JSON files later, really just some completely random data that we can use, but it will be helpful anyway. Normally you would probably load this from a server or from an API. However, we're using it like this. So let's add the calls from calls.json and then use it as a state for our items here. With that in place, we can go into our scroll view and start creating the flat list. So this is going to be a flat list once again. The flat list, oops, data in this case is items. We want to disable scroll like we did before, otherwise we're going to get that duplicate or that scroll issue. We also want to use a specific key extractor because this is a bit more challenging. These items have the key, I think we need to call toString here. Okay, and then we of course need the render item function, which is probably the most important piece. Let's close this. I just want to see where all the brackets go. Okay, I think this is actually it. I think we can directly close our flat list, right? But to render the item, we will put everything in a view for now. And let's try this. Okay, this gives us the name. That's a good start. That's really a good start. We definitely also, or might need some styles down here. I think I had just a little avatar styling, which will help us to style that little avatar. Let's put in the style sheet up here. And then let's see how we can style this. So we'll render an item for each of our call items. And remember, this is what we want. So basically, we want to use a row layout. Okay, so we have the avatar, and we have this section, which probably takes up most of the space. And then we have this entering section, which has 2 items. So probably once again, a row layout. Here, this view should actually have a column layout as we're stacking these items. So this is the idea, pretty easy, right? Let's begin. The first item should be the image, therefore. Image from React Native. Source is the item, I think, dot. Oh, nice, yeah. And we got the styling avatar. Okay, here we go. This is not too bad. It's actually pretty good. Then this view should have some styling as well. So what styling is required? I think default styles .item should work wonders. Yeah, it's pretty good, but how do we get that list to have some good styling? We probably I probably should have a view around this. Could I give this to the scroll view? No, I feel like we should have a view here where we use our default styles.block. And we're gonna wrap this around the scroll view. Okay. Yeah, I think we're getting closer. We also need our item separator again. So this is the separator between our items. Not too bad. I think this is pretty good. And now it's just about aligning the stuff correctly. So this is pretty boring. Let me bring in a bit of code. I will replace the next one. So after the avatar, we have the section for the information. Let's do a retry here. No, something went wrong. I don't want this. How can something that goes wrong in here completely block Visual Studio? I wonder, just like... Sometimes this is completely killing everything. And I have no idea why. I can't even like do my cool swipe from the bottom anymore. Let's see, now I can probably do it again. Let's restart it. Okay, here we go. Is this the one? Ignore. Yeah, this should be my list. Right, so we have our view. As I said, this will take up most of the space with flex 1. So right now it will take up the rest of the row. We have text styling, either color red if the item is missed or black otherwise. So there's a simple Boolean inside the data. And then we have another flex direction row for the video cam or call icon, which is like this row, and then the incoming or outgoing text. Okay, nothing really fancy to be found in here. At the end, we will now simply put our information bracket, which has something interesting. Yeah, we have the format in here. I forgot that we need another package. So if we want to easily format our data, I highly recommend the datefns library. Don't use moment.js anymore. Pretty much nobody wants that. It's too heavy in most scenarios. And most people these days just use datefns, which gives great features and functionality, and usually it's enough. So we can simply import format from datefns. Let's put this up here if my Visual Studio Code is not breaking down. And also if the installation works. I don't know why everything I install takes like ages and it is unbelievable slow. Probably it's just Visual Studio Code. I just tried a different editor this morning. I should probably have used that one. I don't know. But anyway, let's see. Yes, thank you. Saving index. Okay, we're back at this. So let's talk about this quickly. This is the ending part here where we format our date. We're now using a flex direction row once again. Then we have the text with the format where we pass in the item date and then the format we want to have. So really datefns, absolute great thing. And then we have the icon, which is just the icon at the end. So this is a pretty nice start. Actually, I would like to give my list some padding at the bottom because it's right now completely locked at the bottom. So let's use content container style padding bottom of 40. Yeah, that feels, I don't know why, but that feels better to me if we have a bit of space down there. Okay, so far we can't filter this view yet. We also don't have any way of swiping this, but it was important to me to see or to show you how these views come together. I could have gone for the whole animation and swipeable stuff immediately, but that's not how I started. And I really want to take you with these longer tutorial builds through the process of not just building this, but also thinking about how to build this. So I always try to build the basic version of that view. I might keep the stuff in mind that I have to do later, as I have shown you before, that we have the segment and that we can change this eventually, but let's start easy. Let's get this on the screen in the most basic way. And I think this is pretty much the most basic way of that calls page. And now we can extend functionality. And also at this point, you could make a commit and you're safe. Whatever you add then, if you break the project, you can revert to this state and then start over again from here. So make sure you have the calls page that you can scroll, that you got this header stuff going on, and then we can continue with a segmented control. All right, now let's work on filtering that list from all to missing, which means we want to implement this little segmented control up there. So I couldn't really find any good segmented control that works for us. But what I found is a great video from Enzo Magnano, who was also a guest on the Rocket Ship podcast, about creating a custom segmented control in React Native using Reanimated. And I thought, well, this is exactly what I want. This feels great. This looks great. I want to do exactly this. And this is part of this video. The community is just great. So here is the source code linked to this. Let me show you how easily we can get Enzo's code working in our application right here. Let's just dive into the components where we can find the segmented control. Now we'll take all of this code. So again, credits all go to Enzo for this control. And I'm going to do this here under components. So I will do a new segment, not uppercase probably, segmented control.tsx, and put in the stuff. So by default, the palette is missing. No problem, we can get that from the actual page, so from the constants. So this is what the palette looked like. So I will just replace this here with this one. And then there are no more problems because we installed Reanimated before. So hopefully this works in our pre-build now. Let's go back to our page here. And I want to include this in the header. So I want to have this right in the center. So let's implement a custom header title. And actually this will now be a component. So in the header title, I will put in the segmented control. We need some options, exactly. The options will be all and missed. The selected option should be a state, so we need some state up here. Let's do selected option all, and we're gonna put it in here. Selected option, and I wonder if we can do on option pressed set selected option. That could work if we then use a use effect hook. Let's see if this works. And then we're gonna close this and let's see. I'm excited. Okay, so we see up here we have this huge thing. So that means we probably have some customization to do. But I can click missed and I click all and I get these values. So that means in general it works. And once you get to a state like this where in general something works and it looks quite good, you know you're on the right track. You just know that you have to do a bit more customization and you will get there. So let's get into the segmented control and check out Enzo's code and what it's actually doing. First of all, I would like to use my own colors dot, can we import colors dot light gray here? Okay, so that works a bit better. And for the background, some white here. Okay, so now this fits more into what I wanted to do. We have a type segmented control props with options, selected option and on press. We already used that. Then Enzo is using the width of the device. I actually don't want to use it like this. So we can remove that and remove this. And instead I will set my window width simply to 180. Okay, that makes it already look like this, so it kind of fits into our page. I will also change the internal padding to 6, so that makes it already a bit smaller. And then we can continue and check out what's going on. So we have an outer container which has styling the segmented control with a huge border radius. I will change this to be a bit smaller. Okay, yeah, looks good. And then we have an animated view which uses the width. Okay, that's cool. Down here we also have some width, and at the bottom, okay, we have more. So the container currently has a height of 55. I will change this to something like, I don't know, 34. That's quite small. What about 44? Yeah, 44 feels quite okay. Then the active box has a border radius of 10. Let's change this. So this active box should now, yeah, fit in a lot better. We're using background color, palette background. Border radius here is nice. So for the active, actually I don't want to have a shadow. Let's use it like this. Absolute 6. No more shadows. We're gonna do flat styling. And then I will also change the font size to 14. Okay. And boom, this took us about 5 minutes to go from finding Enzo's great tutorial here to checking out his code to customizing it to exactly our needs. This is just like showing that you don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time. Please, there are so many great either packages or tutorials out there that can help you to build stuff like this. And this is just the perfect control for our case. I exactly wanted to have it like this. Maybe the speed could be a tiny bit better, a tiny bit faster, but I assume we could like even change it here if we divide it by 2. I don't want to mess up with Enzo's logic. We're gonna do our own little customization. Actually, I want to change the font family here. Let's just do it like this. We're gonna do this on our own later as well. So I'm fine with this. We're able to get this option. So that means we can now actually filter our data. So if, okay, selected option is equal to all, I want to use all data. And otherwise, I want to filter my items and only have item.missed included. That's pretty correct. And with that, boom, we got it. Thank you once again, Enzo, for this great component. If you want to learn more about what he's doing, check out the Rocket Ship podcast, where Enzo was in pretty early episode. And as far as I know, you can also support him on Patreon at Reactive. That is his handle. 149 paying members. That is amazing. All right, let's continue. So what we got is we can filter. We have it in the top area, but that transition is kind of hard. So we want to animate our items now to kind of smoothly transition between these two states. And that is going to be somewhat challenging, but we're going to get there, no problem. What we want to do is we now want to use Reanimated and layout transitions and in general enter and exit animations. Okay, so let's begin with our animated view. And I will, I feel like I want to put another view around this. I will put another view around this. This shouldn't hurt. And it will help us later. Does it hurt? No, it's not hurting. Okay, so and this one will be an animated dot view. So if you want to use any kind of animations, you would do animated dot view. And in my case, this is coming from React Native Reanimated. Then we're gonna continue. So we have an entering transition and we have an exiting transition that we can use. For entering, what I want to use is I want to predefine animation called fade in up. We can import that, and I will actually use it like this. And then we're going to use fade out up here. Okay. Actually, that's not too bad. Actually, pretty good already. I thought that would look worse, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I didn't expect this. So there are a few things now that we can do if we want to like fine tune this stuff. So first of all, you could say, hey, I want to fade this up with a little delay. And for the delay, we could access the index of an object. So I can now use index times 20, which would like give this little staggering, okay, staggering list effect. Okay, probably not super great yet, but I think it's okay. On top of that, what were the other animations I wanted to do? This is really hard to remember. I think I wanted to have, in general, around this, a layout transition. Or was it just on the flat list? The flat list does not have, oh yeah, it's because it's not yet an animated flat list. So let's make this an animated flat list, because once we make it an animated flat list, we actually have an item layout animation. And we can now define an animation. Let's do this probably before that page. So I can say const transition equals, for example, we can use the curved transition with a little delay of, okay, let's use for testing 2 seconds. Okay, and then we can use this transition for my item layout transition here. Okay, let's see. I want to do a reload. And you see what's going on? So this was not the video stopping, this was really me stopping talking. So if we put in an item layout transition, we can define how the layout changes. I just added this 2-second delay so you see that we actually affected this. Our other views still do their transition, but the general layout only shifts after 2 seconds. Of course, that is way too long. So I will change this to something like 100 milliseconds probably. And with that in place, I should probably reload. If you do like reanimated stuff, you usually want to do a reload. So now the size of the list is transitioning as well as the items. So you can decide if you prefer this more to the UI we had before, but I kind of think this is a bit better. Also, there's one more thing. If we check this out, if we load that page, it immediately uses that transition. That is not always something you want. So if you want to prevent this, you can use skip entering exiting animation. And now if I do a reload, the list is immediately here. We still got all the benefits of the layout transitions here, but this initial change is gone. There's also an entry, you can read more about this on Reanimated documentation. You could wrap specific parts with layout animation config skip entering, but it's basically the same as we did with our skip entering exiting animation. In my tests, I also had this on the block here. So I don't know if this is improving anything. Let's give this a final try. And we're gonna add the layout transition in here as well. Do one more reload and let's see. So now also the block size changes with that curve transition. I think this is giving the most, yeah, I think this is good. I think this gives a pretty natural feeling. You could probably change this to, I feel like 20 is maybe too long. Maybe it needs to be a bit faster. Maybe you don't want to stagger at all. That's cool as well. I just want to give you the chance to play around with these things, as I think they're quite fun. And you see, it's not too hard to implement them. Also, this brings me back to one thing I had before. So up here, I wanted to show you this header blur effect. This header blur effect only works if you also specify header transparent true. So if my header is transparent, I also don't need the background style. And see what happens now. It's maybe hard to see on a real device, but in this area, we have now this kind of blur effect. So if this red thing moves behind it, I think it should be visible on the recording as well, that there's like a blur. There are different values. You could also use something like light. Okay, something that looks like this, or you could use dark. Okay, that is probably, and now it's more actually something you can see. But I would change this to regular, because I think this is a pretty decent effect. I don't know if we really need it. I think we're gonna use this on a different view, but I've already shown you this. In case I forget about it later, you know that it's possible to have this up in the header component. Good. So this is layout transitions in combination with Enzo's great segmented control. We can now filter the list. We have animated items with reanimated and entering and exiting animations. You can also, again, check out all of this here in the Reanimated documentation about entering, exiting animations. There are tons of different things you could use. We've used something basic, and we've used the layout transitions as well to define a transition. But now we want to take this one step further and also combine this with gestures to have some swipeable rows. The next step is to make these rows swipeable. First of all, I want to swipe them from the right, then we're going to have a delete button and I can delete one of these entries. The good news is that we don't have to start at ground zero because there's the React Native gesture handler, which actually has a specific component. So we can scroll down to components and there is the swipeable. And they have some great examples for this swipeable and how we can use it. I think we have installed the React Native gesture handler before. Let's check out our package JSON. React Native gesture handler, yes. The only thing I would probably add here is the haptics plugin. So it's always nice once you remove something to give a little haptic feedback, which is like a little vibration. So I will install this, but I also don't want to do a new pre-build right now. I will just include it. I can't really show you the vibration anyway. I will just include it and you're gonna feel this in or on a real device. So let's get back to the swipeable. If you scroll down that page, there are examples. There are actually two great examples. There is an Apple style swipeable row and the Gmail style swipeable row. I will once again take that code here for the Apple style swipeable row, which is actually not using Reanimated, but animated from React Native as far as I know. So that could probably be updated in the future. I will place it in components. Let's do a new swipeable row.tsx and paste in everything. And I will also call this now not Apple style swipeable row, but just swipeable row. Okay, we can use this basically as is. We can now go back to our view as we were before and put it in our render item around everything. So I can just use the swipeable row and put this completely around this animated view. And as a result, I get this. So this is really, really great. I think this is a great implementation from React Native gesture handler. It is so easy. I just drop this in and it just works mostly. This archive thing doesn't work, but again, just like before, once we had this in big, we knew we just had to customize a bit about this. And this is exactly the same. So let's get into this. What we want from this component is also to know if we click on a button here, I don't want to alert. I actually want to inform the parent that something happened, that we need to remove this. So I will change this here, the props with children, from type unknown. How do we do this? Props with children. Can we just have like our own type? Type swipeable row props. And then have another function that we call onDelete. And then we're going to use the swipeable row props instead. Okay, that looks better. Nice, yeah. This is pretty much, oh no, I broke this. Oh no, yeah, everything's good. So now we just need to implement the onDelete here as well. Let's have another onDelete. And that one should now, probably let's call this remove call. And to remove call, we're gonna pass our item because it's actually a void. So we're gonna call remove call with the current item of the iteration. That kind of makes sense. Okay, and then I want to, yeah, probably I just wanna, I will give this now any, I don't have the type right now. Okay, and onDelete should be called, onDelete. Let's call it somewhere here. Can I just say this.props.onDelete? Okay, let's see. Yeah, nice. Okay, so it's of course happening every time right now. This is incorrect, but we've now successfully extended this component with our own onDelete function. Okay, good. Additionally, this is the time if I remove a call, I will call my haptics plugin. Oh, come on, haptics.impact async. Oh, we don't have the haptics import, yeah. Let's add this up here. So from Expo haptics, impact feedback style light. This should give us a nice little vibration once we remove something. Okay, cool. Now onto that swipeable row. First of all, I want to disable this left swipe archive. I don't really have use for that right now, so we don't need it. That means we can check this out. Okay, we got render right actions, close. Here is the actual implementation at the bottom. So we have some styling down here, which I can definitely also change in a second. We can remove left actions. I don't really, do I need unswipeable open? I will leave it for now, but I will remove everything regarding left actions. Okay, so now we have no more left actions, and that also means there's probably some code that could be removed. Yes, right here. This whole block can be removed. So I only have render right actions left. For the right actions, I also kind of just want to have one action. I don't really want three. So let's remove two of them. Call this one delete. And I will give this like a width of 300 and also change it here. Okay, as a result, we have a big delete. Maybe we're just gonna do 200. Maybe 300 was a bit, yeah. That's better. That feels better. Okay. Do we need anything else? I think we can basically keep all the interpolation stuff as it is. We have the handle right action. Press handler will close this and delete this. I don't really want to alert a window anymore. Okay. I think we're actually good here. I'm kind of surprised. Or maybe if we close that row, this is the place where I will call my delete. Okay. Then also, if we completely open this, we could attach something to delete it now, but I kind of feel like it doesn't feel good. No, we're gonna keep it exactly like this. Exactly like this, and this feels great. Because then we have everything we need. We can remove also these two events. We don't really use them. We got the friction, we got the right threshold, and I think this is a great swipe and delete. So yes, you could certainly catch the action if you swipe it further, and then one of these events will be rendered on swipeable open. So if I hit save and then go here, you would see. Okay, then it would log again on swipe open. Now it's closed, but it has a little delay, and I never felt good. So I kind of feel good about just removing these and having it like this. Okay, this is the first step. So we have this successfully wrapped in a swipeable row. Now we want to toggle or use this edit button to display. I've shown you this probably before. A lot of these red boxes here in front. And this is somewhat challenging because this kind of completely breaks our layout, and we have to be very, very careful. Okay, so let's begin. We have on edit, in which we change everything. That is good. We now need to use Reanimated ourselves, because there's this time not really a package that we can use for this. So let's say we have a shared value. Use shared value from Reanimated. I'm gonna set this to -30. Okay, so this is a value that will be tracked actually not in JavaScript but in the native land of our application, and therefore changes and can be used to animate our app. Once I press here on edit, I will update that value. So editing.value will check if my new editing state is done, is like true or false, and then set it either to 0 or back to -30. So basically we're gonna have the icon always here, and then we move it to position 0 once we start editing. That also means we have to shift the rest of this row and keep it in a view and move it to the right hand side, so this part is hidden. Okay, so this is really a little bit of a challenge right here. With our shared value, we can now create some shared styling. So let's do this first. Const animated row styles equals use animated style from React Native Reanimated. Okay, and then we have our function here. in use animated style, we will return, actually let's put another pair of brackets around this. I feel like we don't have enough brackets right now, but maybe this is just me. We're gonna return the transform parameter and change this to translate x, exactly what Copilot already gave us. Translate x to editing.value. Okay, that should be fine. I feel like cannot find. Can you just import it from Reanimated? Thank you. And then we have use animated style. Then we have too many or a missing pair of brackets. It's either the one or the other. Then we have two. Okay, where are we going wrong here? Do I have to return something? I don't feel like I'm doing anything wrong in here. I mean, this could like be whatever. You shouldn't care about that. Did we get the import right? Use animated style from React Native Reanimated. This should be correct. Do we have to specify it up here? No, not really. Come on, where did I go wrong? I will just bring in my exact line after this. Is there any difference here? Where's the difference between these two? Like I just have with timing in there, but otherwise it's completely the same. This is mind-blowing. I don't know. So if we use with timing for editing value, it's not getting better. Like it is exactly the same. Const animated, use animated style. What is going on here? This is driving me crazy. The lines look exactly the same. How can the one be wrong and the other one correct? Right, I figured it out. I had transform in here, not transform. Oh my. So everything was fine. Okay. Okay, what do we do? Well, with the use animated style, we're creating a styles object, pretty much like if you would use the style sheet API. But this time it reacts automatically to changes of that shared value, which is tracked in iOS or Android with a native code. So that means it will automatically transform our values, and we can now use this animated row styling on our page. Additionally, actually, I think we can use pretty much the same. Let's give it a try. So let's head over to our items. This is now going to be challenging. I wanna put, let's be careful. I need to have the icon in front of it here. And that icon needs to have the, what is this? No, this is certainly not what I want. I want to have a touchable opacity, and that touchable opacity needs to be animated. If I want something like that, which is not included automatically, I can create my own const animated touchable opacity by calling animated create animated component with that component from React Native. So this is pretty much the same like animated.view, but now we have it for a touchable opacity. So I will use the animated touchable opacity on press. I will actually remove the call item, and for the styles we're gonna use the default styles dot, no, not really the default styled item. I think I would just want to use the animated row styles, and I will close it and just get started by putting in ionicons, name. I think I want to use remove outline. Okay. So now the row becomes a bit bigger. And something actually happens. So see this red thing? Okay, this is not too bad. This is not too bad. But we now have to make sure that everything here in our animated view is aligned with flex row. So let's go ahead, flex row and align items center. Okay, Okay. Yeah, this is not too bad. This is not too bad. Besides the animated row styling here, let's see, what else do we need? Why is that icon so small? Why can't I see my icon? What if I put in some sort of like padding left of, I don't know, 8? What happens then? That actually looks pretty legit. But I think remove outline is wrong. This should be remove circle. Yes. Nice. This is good. This is not too bad. The only thing that's bad is that these icons are kind of stuck too far at the right. So the only thing that animates right now is that first part of the view, but I actually also need to shift out the rest of that view. So now I need to figure out, this should be the container of the rest of the item. It has this item styling. So I will now also give it the animated row style. Okay. Let's see. Reading directly. Okay, whenever you get this error, you know you made a reanimated mistake and you usually forgot to add animated dot in front of something. So let's hit retry. No, I don't want to go from there again. I should have a session. Okay. Better, better. Okay. Yes. Nice. This is exactly what we wanted. So, by the way, I can still use it as a swipeable row, no problem. But now I can also trigger it and I can delete the stuff because I hooked into our own functions. Whew, that wasn't actually too hard. We just had to make sure that we have like 2 blocks and then we can move this one block to the side and meanwhile this other block comes in. Not too hard once you see it in action and once you understand what's going on, but finding the right elements to animate, if you try to like have this hidden and then show it in that row, you're gonna have a lot of problems initially. So yeah, this is how it works. The only thing I feel is we could have a bit more padding left here. Let's give this a try with some like 20 padding left. What happens? Okay, that looks okay. Yes, I think this is better. Let's check it out. It's probably a bit too much, maybe 10. Yeah. Yeah, but then it's close there. We could probably animate that as well. But I feel like we've done a great job here. So, yeah. I like that view. I really like that view. I hope you like it too. Let me know in the comments if you haven't done so far. Is this your favorite view of this clone so far? And also, would you like to see more of these micro animations and how we can use Reanimated and stuff? Let me know. I know I haven't done most of this. I've just pieced together the great segmented control here from Enso and now the swipeable rope from the React Native gesture handler. Only this first part here is like my own addition, which is a very short addition, but I still feel happy about making all of that work together. So, with all of that in place, I think we have done the calls view. I think this is a great view. It looks good. It is interesting and has a lot of functionality. And once you feel good about all of the stuff in here, let's continue with the next view. We've successfully finished the call screen and we're now moving to the next one, which is the chats screen. And here you can see a preview of what we want to do with that screen. So, the action plan is that this will actually be separated across a few sections in this video again. First of all, we're going to tackle just this screen. So that means we're going to have this header bar set up again with the bigger title and this list of items. But on top of that, because that's quite static, we will also already do the swipeable row stuff again with a tiny bit different setup to achieve something that looks like this. Once we're done with all of that, we're gonna move into a little modal. So we're gonna have a new chat modal, as we can see with the iOS stack card layout. And we're gonna also talk about this here, which is like an alphabet scroll. We're gonna have a section list with sticky headers and data in that list. So this is going to be interesting as well. And once we're done with that, we will of course continue with the actual chat view. So this would be our chat view with input area. Okay, that's the rough action plan for the rest of this video. And by the way, we will also do something special for that chat in the end. So we will also try and do like a reply gesture. So we will be able to pull these chat messages here, and then we're gonna have this reply area at the bottom, again with the support of the community who has already done a great job. But for now, let's get started with the first part, which is this. Again, we will use some dummy data. If you pulled in the assets, you should already have access to that data, and we can continue. Just like before on the calls page and on the settings page, we will start by adding a new chats folder. And I will just shamelessly copy over the layout from before, and I will move the chats in here and call this now index.tsx. And for the layout file, we're gonna change this to chats. We're gonna change also, we have the header large title, we have the, I actually don't need that because this time I kind of wanna use my blur that we already teased before. So I will use header transparent true, and then header blur effect. I think on this page it comes through really good. So we'll just use the regular, we can play around with that later. We will also use again our search area. So can we, yeah, we should probably for debugging also change how we route forward in our top layout files. So then we will always be brought here. Okay, we see we have a duplicate header. So let's go to the tab bar definition, and for chats, disable the header. Good, that's a good start. And as far as I know, I think this should actually have a like a white background. Let's see, header style, background color. I will go with white here. I think this page, for some reason, the chats page on WhatsApp is just white. Okay, we have a header right button, or we actually need two header right buttons. So let's replace this with a simple view, okay, from React Native. And we also need the link component from Expo Router, because the second button will actually link to our modal. Can we just do a reload and get to that page? Yes, thank you. Okay, so there will be a second one. Probably I will just comment out the link for now, because the link href won't work, or I will just change the href to something like this. So now we do have the two buttons, and we also need the header left, which is pretty much the same. So we can easily define our header area. And again, we have the search bar just like before. So all of that should feel quite natural to you at this point. At least I hope so. So for the chat page, I was thinking that first of all, we can use the same scroll view behavior that we had on our calls page. So let's get this scroll view here and put it in here. Okay, scroll view from React Native. Okay, so now we can scroll and we have this header effect going on already. That's good because of the content inset adjustment behavior. And inside, I want to render a flat list of items. And for every item, I want to put this in a component because I think this is just a bit cleaner setup in our case. So I will call these, let's call these chat row probably. Yeah, chat row.tsx. Okay, we got the chat row, and then we're gonna place a flat list in here from React Native. The data should come from our chats JSON file. So let's put in the chats data here and then use it as the data. Then we have our render item function, which in this case has an item. Could we, for debugging, use this? Yeah, let's just render it from, okay, yeah, then we have our list. Then we need to disable scroll, just like we did before, because we're nesting our lists. Okay, then we have the item separator, and we have the key extractor. So, oops, key extractor in this case could be item, I think the ID, it's actually already a string, that's good. and the item separator component. I think we had like didn't we had like some default styling for that? Let's see if I'd use an array of default styles dot separator. Yeah, we have these arrows, and as far as I know, we will later apply another one to have a bit more margin to the left. So I will already do this. This will override it because we're gonna have like an avatar here, and therefore the line should just start here, the separator, and otherwise it would start here. Okay, good. This is actually everything for that page. Now I want to render, of course, not the text, but my chat row instead. And I want to pass through everything from the item. So we'll just do ... item and pass it to the chat row. Okay, now we just have the chat rows, and we can go there and define the interface. So the interface now comes from the actual message. So I'll bring this in. This is the interface chat row props. So all of this comes from the data. We can check it out under assets, data. This is the wrong page. Assets, data, chats. So this is one of the chats. And if we check it out, I think I just used this actually. So there's a little trick how we can do this. You could just copy all the data, go over here, and then press Command-Shift-P. In JSON to TS convert from clipboard, which would give us exactly this root object, and I just changed that to an export interface chat row props. So make sure you install that package. I really use it all the time. Okay, now we just need to tell that this chat row actually expects the stuff, because right now we can see type has no properties in common with whatever. So let's do this. We could do it here and say FC chat row props functional component. Do we need a special? Yeah, we probably need the import from React. Is this already enough? I think it actually is. So I would destructure this now so we can easily access everything. Why is it not easy? Let's do it like this. Image, message, read, unread count. Okay, and now we should have access to everything, so I could use from in here, and then we would have our list again. Okay, cool. So we have now our own component separated, and we can play around with that component. I also want to probably, do we want to, yeah, let's probably make the general styling first and then apply the swipeable row stuff. So each of those should actually link to a subpage. Okay, we don't have that details page yet, so I will just link to / for now and use as child as we're wrapping other components here. And of course, we will not just render the text, but we're gonna render touchable. I will use a touchable highlight this time, not a touchable opacity. I noticed that clicking on these in the actual WhatsApp application looks different. Maybe we can take a look at the difference at a certain point. So let's use a touchable highlight instead, and then we're gonna place a view in here. Or we have the flex direction row. I probably wanna align items in the center, and then we can start constructing our row if we want to. So first of all, I would place in the image. Can we just add the image up here? Thank you. Okay, this gives us the nice little avatar image. Next to that, we're gonna have the text. So I will do another view in here with a style, yes, flex 1. I don't know what Copilot is doing here. I will check this out in a second. I don't really want to use margin in here. I actually want to use more like a gap up here. So let's use gap 14. That separates the items. A bit of padding left probably. Yeah, and let's probably also add to the bottom padding, or in general padding vertical of something like 10. Okay, not too bad. Yo. Now we see if we press these. Oh no, this is, oh no. No, I shouldn't do it like this. I should do it like, I want to stay on that page. Can we just go back there? Oh my. So if we click on these touchable highlight elements, you see it's turning black. We could change this to a touchable opacity here. Okay, let's get the import correct and let's see the difference. This would turn it like some sort of whitish overlay. Okay, but I want to continue with the touchable highlight, and we can now set the active opacity. So this is really a cool component. Okay, we got this. So now it's still black, but we can now also tweak the underlay color. I will use my own colors now. So let's use the light gray color, and now it turns like this. Like we have this little grayish overlay, and I think it just looks a lot better. Also, I feel like this page should have a white background, so something is off in here. I would probably attach it here in the content container style. So let's use background color of white. That didn't work well, because we're in the wrong file, of course. So let's close this again, and let's go to the index here. This is the one for the chats page. So in here, background color white, and now we have the effect. Great. Now it also worked good with the header component. Some of these are blue. Why are they blue? A Copilot already figured out that there's a difference. That is interesting. So yeah, it is interesting, but not correct. So I will replace this. I want to have a bold from up here, and then we're going to have a gray text style here. And I will use a substring of that message, because otherwise the message might be too long, and I just want to have like a shorter substring of that message. And after the view, we're going to place another text for the date. So in this case, I want to use, yes, colors gray. That's actually correct. And within, we're going to use our format function from datefns once again. So let's put in the date, and as the format, I want to use month.day.year. All right. This is a bit tight. Let's get some padding right. Padding right of like 20. We could also give it to the whole row. That looks good. I think that looks good. I think we're doing fine. I also had some alignment issues before, which I corrected with align self flex start. So you see, before it was like in the center, and now we've easily moved it up, so it's in the starting flex of that box. So we have like, this is a box, this here is a box, and this here is a box. And now it's in the flex start. Before it was actually in the center. And that's how it looks in WhatsApp. And just like a little correction of this. Okay, I think this is done so far. So now we want to add the swipeable capability to this row. We have previously already used from the React Native gesture handler a different kind of swipeable row. Now I actually want to use exactly the Apple style swipeable row. So let's add a new component here, and I will call this Apple style swipeable row.tsx. Okay, and paste in everything that we had. Okay, this should work out of the box. Now I will wrap my component, my chat row, with this Apple style swipeable row. Okay, put it completely around the link component, and voila, we immediately get this. Once again, we have this archive to the left, so we really want to get rid of the render left actions again. We could probably make this a dynamic component to define like the right actions. That would kind of make sense, I guess. But we're also, I think we should be fine just like it is. In our case, we don't really need everything of these. We just need more and archive. So let's change this to more and archive and use our own colors. And for the width, I think we can keep it just like it is. It should be fine. Now we can remove render left action. We can also remove the locks here because we don't really attach the filtering function. And we have more and archive. I think in my example, I also had icons. So maybe let's put in some icons here. This is also left action. Okay, we're not using the left action, so that can be removed. But that blue, oh yeah, that's actually the right color. That's the muted blue is correct. Okay, not too bad. But within the actual rendering function of these right views, I want to keep it like it is, but I want to also add an icon in here. And that's the cool thing. It is our own code. We can change it as we want. We're taking this great example from the React Native gesture handler and just put in like our own addition to how we want to make this. So size 24, wide, maybe some padding as well. Let's see. Padding top of like 10. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So for more, we're using the ellipsis horizontal. Otherwise, we're going to use, let's say we're going to use archive. Do we use trash? I don't know. Yeah, archive. I think this is good. This is legit good. For our action, we have a font size of 16. I think we can keep all the rest. And just see that by using the stuff that's already out there, once again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We got everything we need. We could now attach our own actions to these buttons if we needed to. We can filter or do whatever we want. And we've pretty fast. Actually, we're getting really fast. Like this was just 20 minutes to create a reusable chat list, including swipeable row, including this iOS custom header stuff within our tab bar. So hope you're getting used to the stuff, because now we're taking on something a bit new, which is the modal to add or create a new chat. All right, so let's talk about the modal to create a new chat, or in general, the UI for that. We're gonna see, or we are seeing this pattern in the iOS application for contacts, and I think in other places as well, which is sometimes called an alphabet scroll. So you can click on one of these letters and you would get to the according point in the list. Additionally, it's a modal and it has some sort of section list. So I was initially thinking that we could go with a section list. So a section list looks like this essentially. You can make these headers of the section sticky, and there's like a native component which uses, I think, a flat list under the hood, but it is nonetheless called a section list in React Native. However, I couldn't find anything that added this alphabet scroll on top. So I ended up finding this component, which is 2 years ago, last changes. I think that's okay, it's acceptable. It's not the perfect component, but it came as close to the best solution as possible. So let's add this package by installing it in our application. No, whenever I press that, it's just going. Okay, here we go. And on top of that, we will have to create a modal. So this is talking a bit about Expo routing. This modal should be pretty much besides all the rest of our application. So I'm going to put it up here. And I will add a new group, modals, and then I will call it something like new chat.tsx, okay? And then we have React Native functional export, which is our page. Cool, let's include this now in our routing. First of all, we need to include it in, where can we like trigger this? On the tab screen, on the chat screen at the top, right? Did we comment this out somewhere? Yeah, here. So this is now under, can we just get autocomplete? Yeah, nice. Modals, new chat. Okay, cool. If I press this button, I would now get to the new page. However, this is of course not the right way to present our modal. So we will add another entry at our top stack layout. So I will just shamelessly copy this one and use it for modals/new chat. All right. And now we can play around with this. So first of all, the most important part here is presentation modal. If we just change this, it automatically on iOS becomes this. On Android, I think it's just a full screen modal. Now, there are a few things. We need this button to close it. We want to have that search bar, and we also want this header to tie in terms of the color nicely with the background. So let's get started by defining the usual stuff. We're going to have the header transparent, use the header blur effect of regular. Okay, so we scroll something below, and then we have our background color. By the way, did we apply this here? And I feel like we don't see the benefit of that. Let's go back to the layout here. Is it because of the header styling here? Yeah. Okay, now we would have it. Huh. That's interesting. Can we change this for like header, back title, large title style? Huh, good question. Can I say like the background color? No, I can't really. It's more about the actual title, so it's about a text element, not a view. That's a pity. So if we set a white background here for the header, it looks like we can't have the blur effect. Okay, so this kind of blur effect, but I want to have that blur in this state and then leave it. I assume it's not as easy as that. So on the calls page, this would actually work really nice if you don't give it some sort of color. On this page, it's not exactly working. I wonder how the native WhatsApp application is doing this. Probably there's some sort of setting. If you come to this point and you figure out the right settings, please let us know in the chat, in the comments, of course, what a solution might look like. Okay, so now we got the modal. That's what we want to talk about. And we also need a little header search area. So let's add a header search bar options. So we get this nice little input. And we finally have the header write button as well, in which we can just put a new link component. So once again, from Expo router, touchable opacity, and icons from Expo vector icons. So that should give us a little button up here, and clicking it will bring us back to tabs/chats. This is currently the only page from where we can come. We could also like call something like pop here or use the router, but this should be fine in our case. Now let's head over to the new chat page. We're gonna have some data. So we're gonna use my contacts JSON data, which looks like this. We have a first name, last name, image, and description. However, the data of the alphabet scroll expects something that looks like a value and a key, okay? And we can do this by iterating the data a tiny bit and creating our own version of it. So I will map through all the contacts. This will be the value, so this is like the name, or the value is used more for the alphabet scroll. And then we have also the name, an image, a description, and a key. So we can actually have more data than the alphabet scroll shows in here. You can extend that as you see fit. Then I will just take this and get started with it. So in my view, I will use it like this. Let's put in the alphabet scroll. Do we need to implement these? That's a good question, I wonder. Let's see. I would love to just give it a try. Cannot find name alphabet list. Let's import it correctly from here. Okay, there we go. So we don't need to render a custom item or a custom section header. We just want to get started, and we see basically we have everything that we need. But there are a few things, of course. So the section header is not sticky yet. This blue is not our blue. Additionally, I want to have these rows changed so they have like an avatar, a text, and description. And also we see at the top there's something. If I scroll, I can't even show you. There's something hidden behind that bar. Why can't I show you? I could. It did work for a second. It's just like, well, there's something definitely hidden. So I want to change my view styling here, and I will add padding top because I feel like this alphabet list doesn't know about our actual thing. So yeah, because the letter A was actually hidden. Oh no, it's also sticky. Nice. That's good. On top of that, I think I want to use my own background color. So background color should be colors.background. That should match nicely. Okay, we can also say sticky section headers enabled, but I think they're enabled by default. Now we can get into the fine tuning. So the index letter styling, of course, we don't want blue. We want colors.primary here. Okay, this turns it into our, and I think we can go with a bit smaller font size. I think, yeah, 12 is actually fine. Now, there are more settings. There's also index container style. So in the index container style, we can define styling for this little alphabet list at the side. So I will give it a bit more width because I think it's too small. So now it moved away from the side a tiny bit. And I will actually give it a background color, I think. Let's give it a background color of colors.background. So it looks like, yeah, we're gonna correct this. This will at some point look correct, I think, if we give our list some space to breathe. So, you know, in reality, it should all look like it's just one piece and not the different parts are like not connected. We can do this just by saying style here and give this margin left of 24 as well. Yeah, I just need to figure out rounding this. I think this won't work very well, but we're gonna get to that point in a second. Then we can define a custom section header. So for every section we can render how this should look like. I will go with a view and some styling here. And then we can use section.title. That's correct. Actually, that's mostly good already, but I would like to do some more styling. So let's add a style sheet. Okay, and I want to add a section header container like this. So give it a bit bigger height, use our background color, and then justify the content and also attach some padding. We just need to add style sheet as always from React Native, and then use those styles in here. So styles.section header. So now they look pretty much similar to our list, but the list will actually get a white background color, so that shouldn't be an issue. For that list item container, we should now render this. So this is pretty much the last setting we need here. So let's render a custom item. This is already what I think this comes actually here. Do we get any styling? I think there were examples. So if you dive into this, you would probably find some examples. Colors, data sizes. No, that's not going to be helpful. But here we should have the list item container. Okay, so let's get the list item container going on. Height and padding horizontal. I will just set this to something like 14 because we use this all the time. And I will remove the border. We don't really need a border anyway. So this is the list item container. For the height, I don't actually know what the height is going to be. Do we need list item label, I wonder? Not really. Let's remove that styling for now because we're gonna actually render multiple things in here. Okay, this is not looking too bad yet. But we should certainly, let's see, we're gonna place our other elements in here. So first of all, we have the image. Source should be our item.image. I will just call this one any for now. You can define types if you're working with this. Feel free to do so. The list item container I just noticed should have the flex direction row. As we can see, we're not aligning these things in a row yet. And I want to align my items in the center. Okay, good. We definitely need some gap between them. And I will now give it a fixed height of like 50. I think this, yeah, okay. Align item center. I honestly wonder why why it looks so bad. We're gonna figure that out. Probably because we don't have another view yet. That could make sense. Anyway, let's see. We're placing another view where we have a text element which has, I think, item.value. Item.value and another text element which is the description. So these two should look somewhat like this. I still wonder why it's not expanding correctly as it should. Like, the stuff should actually be aligned. Do we have to give this one here a flex of 1? I don't think we need that, although it can't hurt actually. But my render custom item, view styles, list item container, row center. Oh, justify content is still set. Yep, that fixes the problem. Nice. And of course we need the background color to be white, and then we're pretty close to the desired effect, I think. The only thing is, in reality, there's a separator between them. If we use the separator component of the alphabet list or the section list, we get that in places where we probably don't want it, or it's not looking correctly. We get it at the top. So I will just manually place one in here. I think it's probably not the best way, but in our case it works pretty good. So we can have a view style. We actually can use, once again, our default styles.separator. Oops, too many. Yeah, default style separator, and now we see that it's again too far to the left side, so we're gonna add some. Actually, well, we got margin left is already set to 50. I can't exactly see it. Can we make the color like primary? Okay, that's, yeah, well, it could be probably be more than 50, it could be 60, I don't know. It doesn't really matter, like, yeah, we're breaking now other pages. I don't want to do that, so let's just keep it like it is. Now we got a nice separator. More importantly, this also works nicely. We haven't touched this yet, so yeah, this really works really, really well. I feel like we have too much margin on the left side. Yeah, I wanted to have 40, not 24. And now that view feels pretty, yeah, that feels really good. In reality, I found that WhatsApp has actually rounded corners here. However, for the sake of my life, I couldn't figure this out, because if we render a custom item, and if we give every item rounded borders, it's just not working. So I would need not the render section header, but like render, like I need a render function for that block. I don't think there is one. So we have render custom item, render custom section header, which is this, and render custom list header, which is something totally different. We have the index letter styling and the letter list. This is just to the right hand side. And then we have, yeah, not really anything that would help us, like the actual view of one section. If we could style that, we could give it round borders, or maybe there is some sort of hacky way. I just can't figure out one. We could probably check if this item is actually the last in a section. Can we do this? I don't know if we can have like a check for the last item of a section. That could probably help us to like attach only borders at the bottom. But you know, this is like really, really minor detail stuff that we probably can't figure out in here, as it would take us a long time. I think we can be pretty confident and happy about this screen, as we have a section list and we can use the alphabet scroll to navigate. You can now have click events and then go back, and then it would start a new chat. And speaking of the chat, that is now the focus for the rest of this video as we move into the details page. We have finally arrived at the final screen of our WhatsApp clone, which is the chat. So the chat is interesting because, well, a lot of applications these days have a chat component, and I think you were most interested in this. There are a few things. We have a bit of a custom header setup on that screen that we need to talk about. Then we of course have the whole chat area here, and we also have somewhat of a custom setup down here. How can we do all of that without reinventing the wheel? We are using the best chat package out there, which is Reanimated Gifted Chat. This is really the most complete chat UI. It has 13,000 stars on GitHub. It is an amazing package, and we will start by first of all installing it. Where's like the install command? Do I need to use my own? Well, I can do that, no problem. So let's npx expo install Reanimated gifted chat. Then we need a page. We need a page for our chat. We could get like the ID. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, let's do it in the way that you would normally do it, which is like using an ID in the name, React Native functional export for our page. And then we could access that information in here. Now we need to change our chat row to link to that. So we want to link to /tabs/chats/ I don't know, 42 or something. Doesn't really matter too much. Or we could actually do this dynamically, as we do have the ID. So I will pass through the ID, although we're not really making use of it. So let's pass the ID in here. Okay. Now clicking on this brings us to that page, which actually gives us this nice little transition of chats. Now there's a problem with this page. I don't want to have the tab bar on that page. So I could probably move it here. So you see the tab bar is still visible. Additionally, the header area should look a bit different. So where do we start? We start by defining an entry in our chats layout file. So let's move down here and let's add a new entry, stack.screen, name, in this case, exactly the name of the file. So I'm really using the brackets in here. And then we can do the usual options. So first of all, I want to set the title to an empty string. And I want to close this so I'm not messing things up. Also, I want to hide the header back title. So we can do this quite easily. Header back title. Visible false. Okay, that hides it. Then we want a custom view for our header title, because that should actually render this like user chat bubble and some other value. So let's place a view in here, and within that view I will first of all place a simple image. So let's add an image from React Native. So we got my image up here. Okay, not too bad. Additionally, I want to have a text next to that image. Oh, I don't have the text yet. Oh, come on, like add these easy things automatically. It's not that hard. Oh my, oh no. Honestly, this is like such a, I don't know. Because now I have to really close this again. It's like a major fail here of that app, and I have no idea why. It doesn't really make any sense. I just forgot to import that one little thing, and that's completely causing this to like blow up. It's not deserved. I did better. Anyway, yeah, I ignore that. So here we go. We got this. My title is below this, so let's add some styling up here. We're gonna have to put this in a flex direction row to make it work. We definitely need some gap between the items. Okay, I want to introduce some padding bottom of like 4. Then I want to also align the items in the center. And I want to give this a specific width. So I will give it a width of, let's say, 220. Okay, that moves it here. I feel like this should work. This is not too bad. Is this what I wanted? The image could actually be a bit bigger. We have the header title. We probably, what happens if we add the header right? Because we definitely need header right buttons. Maybe this moves the things we have around already. So let's place in the header right just a simple view with 2 touchable opacities. Yeah, that moves it. So you see, if I comment this out, we're definitely further in the middle. If I add these, it moves the things here. If I now don't use the width, I would still be in the center. So I will add a fixed width to our component, and then we have these buttons up here. Okay, so that transition works rather smooth, I would say. It's not perfect. What is going on with that back arrow? Interesting. But also I want to add my own header styling here. So let's finally add header style. And then background color, not white, but my own colors. Dot background. I think we have colors on this page already. All right, good. That should be fine for now. Maybe do a reload. Does it make any difference? I don't know. I have never seen this jumping back arrow. Header back title visible. Honestly, not sure. But we do have a bigger problem. We still have the problem of the bottom tab bar. So how do we get rid of this? Normally, I would advise everyone who's asking me, oh, still I do have a bottom bar on this or that screen. Usually the problem is a setup of your layouts with Expo Router. So if you don't want a tab bar, don't put the page in the tab bar layout, which means I would have to move my chats page or the chats details page a level up. However, then it's not in the tabs folder anymore, just like the modals. Modals could also probably be here. And it's kind of not authenticated, so I will have to do a bit more checking of that. On top of that, I found more problems if I move my details page out of this stack configuration, because then we are on this page. This is like one stack. And if I now go to the details page, this is actually a different stack, as it's like the top stack. And I noticed that this nice transition with the bigger header title just looks awful if we move it to that place. So I think there are some open issues on GitHub regarding that transition and how to make stuff like that better. In our case, what we can do is, and that is what we're gonna do, we will go to our tab bar layout. So we're gonna go to the tab bar layout, and we're gonna use the segments. So we will introduce const segments up here equals use segments. Again, I'm not a big fan of this solution, but this was kind of proposed on GitHub, and it's, I think, what works best. But I'm not a big fan. It's not perfect. Definitely not perfect yet. Now on our chats page, we can have header shown, tab bar icon is cool, and we can have a tab bar styling. So in the tab bar styling, we can actually hide the tab bar. I really dislike that, but let's use background color first of all to make sure it works. And then we can use the display property. So if I set display to, not false, to none, what happens is on this page, we have no tab bar anymore. But of course, we only want to hide it on the actual would it work if I go here on the actual details page? So we can now check the segments, and we're gonna check the segment at the index 2. If that one is equal to ID, so the name of our page, we will hide it, and otherwise we're gonna use flex, or I think we could also use block. Let's see. So now we see on this page we still have it. And if I go here, it is gone. The problem is, you see, when you go back, it kind of comes in a bit too late. I don't know how we could make that any better. As I said, I don't think it's the best solution. It is one solution. Probably you could also play around with having the ID page out of the layout at the top level. However, we're gonna go with this solution for now. If we change this to block, would that change anything? No, we can't actually have it to block. It needs to be flex. I will go with this solution for now and leave it open to some smarter people than me to correctly figure that out. With that being said, we have arrived on our details page. So on this page, what we need to do is render the gifted chat. This is actually not the page, this is the page. Okay, so how does the gifted chat work? First of all, I will add my own values, my own data from my JSON. So we got some message data. Then I will check the documentation of gifted chat. So let's bring in gifted chat and also use their import here. And then we have an array of messages, or a state of messages. Actually, I want to, I kind of want to use my own messages. So they have this use effect block here. We're gonna copy that as well. Within, I will not set it to message like this, but what I want to do is I will instead use all the data from my message data, and I will map it to the correct format. So you can just have a functional object here. let's see if we can fix the brackets correctly. Okay, I think this should be it. And what we need is an object that looks like this. So we return the ID. Well, let's see. Let's figure out the brackets. Think we got like another pair here. Come on. Ooh, I love it. Set message data definitely just needs one closing. Where is this closing coming from? Oh my, come on. This is the user ID. Then we have the return. Then we close the function. Then we close that. I don't have a comma here. Then we close. What is wrong? Oh yeah, we just need to change the type. So type here should be iMessage, not iMessage, and iMessage array to be precise. And we can get this from gifted chat as well. It's just the internal format used. So iMessage goes in here. Oh, come on. What is this? This is like the worst mispronunciation ever. Good. So this is my message array. We can actually have like a bot message included as well. So that's quite funny. I can add one like this, which has system true. And this would be displayed like, usually you see this in WhatsApp and it says, this chat is protected by whatever, your chat is encrypted or something like that. Then we have the onSend function, which is already given to us by gifted chat, which is pretty nice. And then let's just bring this in. Gifted chat comes in onSend. What do we send? OnSend messages. I think I need to add just a type here. Can I just add iMessage, or I don't want to fix this right now. So let's add any, and voila. This is pretty cool. I think this is probably one of the most impressive things about gifted chat. It just looks really, really good out of the box. So let's see what we got here. If I scroll to the top, I actually see my system message of all your base belong to us. Then we have messages from other people and from myself. We can define this by setting our user ID here. So it marks the different messages from the different participants. We do have a text input at the bottom. However, actually it works pretty nice. It's just a bit hidden behind that save area. But what we want is something that looks like this. So that means we need a background, we need different colors, and we certainly need a completely different bottom area. But the great thing about gifted chat is that it looks pretty good and works really, really great out of the box. But you can also apply your own theming, your own styles, your own logic, your own views in pretty much all the places. However, let's begin by adding the background, which we can do with an image background component. I will not bring in an image. I will just use require this time because I'm getting a bit lazy. So let's put this around the gifted chat. So I shouldn't close it, but instead close it here. Okay, now we also need some styling to actually make this cover the whole page. And then we have our cool little pattern here in the background. Do we need like a margin? I feel like I could probably add some margin to the bottom. But we're going to talk about that later. Or do we want to talk about this now? We probably should talk. So I think we used the save area insets before. We're going to do this again. So we'll just get the insets by using use save area insets. Usually it's a better idea to handle the save area directly with the insets instead of wrapping your whole view in the save area view, because that just like, yeah, does its thing. It's like throwing everything at it. And with the use save area insets hook, you just get a lot more control over what's going on. So I want to add margin bottom of insets.bottom, and that would already move the bar a bit up. However, I don't want to also use my own background color in here, so let's probably add a background color of colors.background. Okay, so this is my own background color. Now, where do we begin with the styling? There's a lot that we can do. First of all, I want to add state as well for the text input. So we can keep it like this. Now we need to define a bunch of things. We need to define how a chat message for us and for somebody else looks like. So where do we get started? We probably we need to do a lot of things. It's the problem. So I think we just start by changing the render bubble function. Okay, render bubble. So render bubble renders the bubble in the chat. Guess what? We just need to make sure we're closing the right brackets, and then we can return a new style for the bubble. And the cool thing about gifted chat, once again, is that there are a lot of components. You can, for example, check out the Slack example here, and you're gonna see how they do it in different places, like how they render different things, how they override parts of gifted chat. It's just a good way to check out what's possible. There are different, example, Expo, nice. I didn't know about that one. Custom actions, custom view, data. That's interesting. I didn't know about that one. However, I think there was something for the bubble that I found. And the cool thing, as I said, is that we can actually have a bubble component from gifted chat. So we can go up here and use bubble. And by doing that, we can still use everything that gifted chat is doing out of the box. So I could just now say that bubble gets all the props with the spread operator, and nothing would have changed. Okay. And this is always a good point, because that feels like, okay, I can touch something, I can override it, but I also got the safety net of, okay, this is how it looks like and how it works. Same is true, by the way, if we now want to, let's say, change the render system message. So this is the one we had from the bot at the top. We can do the same pattern. So we can have a system message. It's a pity that the import is not working correctly, because the system message as well can be imported from gifted chat. I think I have one. I need more of these, don't I? Oh, a comma. Render. Yeah, there's definitely an issue here. What is this? Props. This should be inside like this. I could put this into regular brackets. That should be better, shouldn't it? Do we have the system message? Where am I going wrong here? Help me out. Do you see the issue? You should be. You're usually the ones to help me out. So this should go right here. What is your problem with the render system message, my friend? Render system message, we have the props, we have the spread operator on system message. What's running wrong? We don't need the comma. I was wrong with that one. So we could now change how the system message up here looks. So for example, I could change the text style and set this to, let's say, colors.primary, and I would render in blue up here. Of course, I don't want that, so I will just change it to gray, but just giving you a feeling of how we can update these all these things with gifted chat. Also, during input, I want to change my text, so this is just a little addition. I want to have some offset at the bottom, so these are really sticky at the bottom. So I want to render bottom offset using my insets. I don't want to render the avatar anymore, so I will say render avatar equals null. Yep, let's get rid of it. And then we can move on to use the max composer height. So the composer is what we will also have to override very, very soon. We can actually add some style object already, React Native style sheet down here, because we need some composer styles later. The composer will help us to basically create a custom bottom bar. There's a way to override the input toolbar, to override the chat footer. There are really a lot of ways to override this. Oh, where did I? Sorry about that. Oh yeah, while talking I completely messed up that we need style sheet from here. Style sheet. And so we will have to eventually work with the composer. Let's just wrap up the bubble for now. So for the bubble, we can now introduce our own styling. As I said, we are currently just using this, but we can now change it to look something like this. That means we're still using everything from the bubble, but for the right one, we're using black text. And for the wrapper style, for the left one, we use a white background color or a green background. And therefore, we have completely changed the UI while still maintaining all the goodness of gifted chat. Okay, that's the first one. But now, more challenging is actually creating a tab bar, a toolbar like this. The challenge is that these are actually different elements in the gifted chat. So we do have this area, which is like the input toolbar. And then we have this end area, which is usually a send button. So we can check this out. If we type a message, we would see this send button. And it would actually work because of the functions that we used with onSend from gifted chat. You could, of course, hook that into your own API. So that means we have two areas that we need to tackle. Probably we're going to start with the send one. So the send one is an interesting one because by default in WhatsApp, it would look like this. But once you start typing, it actually turns into this like thing to send, like this paper airplane or whatever. So we're going to have to include a bit of logic to make it work. Therefore, after the render bubble, we will now render a special view for send. Let's see, I just want to get the brackets correct this time. Okay, so let's start with a view and some styling that we probably need in the end. And within that view, we can now check, is our text, yeah, we can probably text length, yeah. If the text length is greater than 0, we would render actually a send icon. So this is once again pretty cool. There is, just like the bubble and the system message, there is also a component for send within React Native gifted chat. So I can now just use this as is with passing in the props and then closing it, and this wouldn't change anything. This would only change that send is displayed. Oh no, why did it remove the brackets? I had everything figured out so nicely and now it removed these brackets. Anyway, okay. So let's put them again in here. So in the other case that text.length is equal to 0, I want to render a few icons. So in those cases, I will just wrap them in an empty fragment and then use ionicons, name, camera, outline, colors, colors.primary, and size something like 28. 28, good. And then we'll just take this one and duplicate it. And here we're going to use the microphone outline. Okay, so notice we do have these icons, and once I start typing, it turns into the send button. That means, of course, we need some more settings here. So we're going to use a flex direction row. That should already figure out most of the stuff, but I would also advise to set the height correctly and then align the items in the center, and also let's add justify content center. Let's add a little gap of like 14 between them, and then probably also padding horizontal of something like, I don't know, 14 as well. Okay, so now it looks like this, and once I start typing, it goes into that send button. However, I kind of want to change that send button as well. So it's not just going to be this boring send button. Let's close it first, and then, come on, send. And then within the send button, I'm going to place another ionicon, name send colors primary. So now send has turned into an icon. Okay, nice. The problem is I also want to justify this. So if we need styling, I think we can use container style. Okay, so the container style in this case should be justify content center. Okay, so not too bad. It turns into this. So I think this is a pretty good optimization of our send button. However, now the second one comes, which is the toolbar. So the other one we can customize is render the input toolbar. I actually don't know why it's called input toolbar. It's really, yeah, I don't really like the term. Okay, so I will place it in here as well. And once again, just like before, this time we will use, yeah, it's just not working. So we gotta make the import manually from React Native gifted chat. There is the input toolbar component. And again, I could use it, props, and close it. And we will have the same input toolbar just like before. And now we can attach our own styling or our own components. So let's say I want to have this add button. I can now put this in here. Can I grab the Ionicon stuff because I'm lazy? Okay, so I want to use add. As a color, I will use primary size 28. And where is that add button? Well, it's probably not here yet. So let's see. For our input toolbar, we also need some custom container styling because we wanted to actually have this pill form. So let's see how we can figure that out. Let's use, first of all, I usually like to use just a red background. So see, okay, this is what we are styling. The input toolbar, where did I go wrong? Oh yeah, this doesn't belong in the toolbar. This belongs inside a special property. Inside a property named render actions. So in render actions, we can actually, if we do the right brackets, render our custom view. And now it turns actually up here. Nice. So we're probably gonna do this like blue. Can we see that? You know, with blue we can of course see very even worse. So let's use the final color, which is colors.background, of course. And then I want to give the input field a white color. Where did I have to place that setting? I think this is now the composer styling that we in general apply to our gifted chat. So at some point I created this composer styling down here. I will give this a background color of, I will now give this one a red background. And then I try to include the composer as text input props. So text input props styles.composer. Okay, so now we are able to tackle exactly the right view. We see there are some issues, stuff is not aligned correctly, but we're gonna figure that out in a second. So let's start by giving that not the red, but a white color instead. Okay, then we can have a border radius around it, border radius of like 15. Okay, this gives it the pill form. Then I want to apply a border width of 1 and a border color of colors light gray. Okay, see, we got this. Now you just need a bit more of padding. So let's use padding horizontal 10. Okay, so the text has some padding now. I want to also change the font size while we are here to 16. And then I want to add margin vertical, something like 4. Not too much actually. Okay, this looks mostly correct. I kind of feel like we should include some padding top. Yep, now it's perfect. Okay, yes, this is the input. Great. So this is the custom styling for the text input. And before we were inside the custom input toolbar. So this toolbar, I kind of feel like the render actions does not have the right styling. So I will give this the fixed height of 44 as well. Yep, then we can place like the content in the right place. So justify content center. And I will also at the same time use align items center. So we should have everything. Let's also include some left value so it moves the button. Yeah. Whew, nice. So you see, it takes some time to customize gifted chat, but it worked really, really great. We can now move it up. I actually had some testings before. I included some offset here and there or save area for the keyboard, but overall, there is already everything applied within gifted chat. So if you don't mess up the height, the margin and that stuff, the text input should appear on top of your text input. So that should definitely work out of the box. Otherwise, you kind of broke something. Okay, I think we got it. So we can go to the details page. We've customized this to our own little WhatsApp style. We have the custom header, we're hiding the tab bar, and we are able to insert something including custom logic for the buttons. Now, the last part of this tutorial is about the reply, which is a very special gesture. We end this big clone tutorial just like we started it, by using great stuff that the community has created, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we can still put in our own touch. We want to create a reply gesture, which means you can swipe these messages to the side, and as a result, at the bottom, we have a custom view on top of our text input field. There's a button also to close this, so there's a bit of logic involved. Luckily, I found exactly this in a big tutorial by Reveal Walker. The tutorial is from 2022, so it works really, really great. However, there are many images here in this tutorial. There are many different steps. So basically he is doing something like this. It looks a bit different from what we want, but we can customize this to our needs because there's also the repository of this application. So what we want to do, where do we start? Good question, actually. We will probably start by setting up our state here. So let's go to my chat page and to the top, and I will add two things. I will add a reference to a swipeable row, or to a swipeable actually from React Native gesture handler. And then I will use this with iMessage, which is the format here we had before, or I can actually say iMessage array or null. So there are always like a few changes here and there that we need to change. Let's probably change this to reply message and to set reply message. Okay, good. Additionally, there is a function here included which is called update row ref. We're gonna copy that as well, because this will help us to update the currently open replay message. I think my message has just an ID as far as I know. Replay, no, actually it does. Ref any, ref and ref reply, current message dot ID equals to replay, reply, not replay. Reply message. Did I use the right type up here? I used iMessage null. We got iMessage from React Native gifted chat. It should just be an iMessage, not an array, as far as I know. So then we can also introduce it with null. Good. That should fix the problem. And where is the function? Here is my update row ref. So we're not really using this yet, but it's like a first step. So the main logic here is that we will at some point have like a footer toolbar, which is actually a bit different from what's done here in the tutorial. But we're gonna have a custom chat message box. This is just like the custom bubble, like the custom, what else did we use? The custom send button or the custom input toolbar. This is now a custom component. So we're gonna actually place this under components. Let's call this chat message box.tsx. Let's put in everything, and then we're gonna soon find out what's not working in the chat message box. But we also gonna take care of including this now in our view. So in gifted chat, there's of course also a way to update the render message. So in here, I want to place my chat message box. I will pass along the props just like we did before. So props go in. And then we have two more things in here, I think. We do have update row ref, which updates the row reference, so we can like update which of the messages is currently swiped to the side. And then we have set reply on swipe open. So if we completely swipe, this would set the current reply message. Good. Going back to our custom chat message box, we see a problem because progress animated in the render write action does not work. I think we have to add type any here. Okay, Simon, I see what you did there. And then we also, can we reload this view? There was a problem loading the project. Oh, that is not good. Why is that a problem loading the project? I don't like that. I think we have, yeah, we are using an image here that we don't really have. So now if I go into the chat, yep, nothing has changed, which is good. This is actually good news if nothing has changed. Or should something have changed? Oh, it has changed, right. I can swipe to the left side. However, because it would be too easy if we just accept that it works like this, I want to swipe from the other side, which is also, on the other hand, a really good example of trying to understand what's actually going on in this code that we just copied into our application. So I first want to replace this image with a material community icon. I will name this reply circle, and I will use size of, let's just use 26 and my own, of course, my own colors dot gray. Okay, what is this changing? It changes this. So now instead of the image, we have this little friend come up from the side. Not too bad, right? Okay, the problem is that, as I said, I want to have this from exactly the other side. So I don't want to render it like this. I want to call it render left actions. All right, so now it's doing the same stuff from here, but the animation feels somewhat incorrect at this point. So we're gonna have to get into the interpolation. Interpolation, super interesting topic. There's an episode on the Rocket Ship podcast with Cataline Miron about animations and how interpolations work. Basically, we're mapping from an input range to an output range of the values. So what we can see is that, for example, normally this trans object, which translates the x coordinate, maps to -12 and -20, which basically means we're moving that thing to the left. So, okay, we're moving the x value to the left. Of course, what we want to do here is exactly the opposite. So I will make this plus. As a result, it comes up like this. Okay, I can open it. And can I close it as well? I actually don't know. On swipe open action, if props current message set reply. Yeah, I think we're gonna handle the opening or somewhere else, because yeah, right now this is probably not exactly correct logic. I wonder why that's the case. If I made any changes, but I don't think I made any changes here. So let's check back here. We have set reply message, and we try to update my row ref using the current ref. We have our reply message, and we are using the ID. I think, oh yeah, there was one more thing that we had to include. So we had to include another use effect block. I think this is also somewhere here in the app TSX or in the app chat TSX. So render custom, render accessory, update row ref, and here this is the one. So this one is called or triggered whenever reply message changes. And whenever the reply message changes, which it actually does, it will check and close the currently opened reply message. So with that in place, it will automatically close this after a little delay, which is, by the way, what you also see in the WhatsApp application. I don't think it stays open. I think it closes as well. I kind of don't like this delay. This is again coming from the Swipeable. So we've seen this before in the tutorial. This comes from the on-swipeable open, which is called with a tiny little delay. I honestly don't know exactly where that delay is coming from, but it's not super cool. I hope there's some sort of setting that we could use to overcome that. Anyway, what we want now is also to have a custom reply message bar now above our footer. We could, by the way, already do this. So we could go into our gifted chat, and after render a chat message, we can render a chat footer. Okay, in the chat footer, I don't really need anything, but I want to have a component. Let's just do a view in here. I will just do like a little view. Yeah, I will just use whatever Copilot gives me just to show you. Okay, we can have this little typing area or whatever. So that means this is the place where we want to render our custom footer. And in the tutorial, it was called reply message bar. So we're gonna adapt that by creating a new component, reply message bar.tsx. I will bring in all the fun here. And again, props to the creator. I just want to name him again. Check it out. It is not here, not there. Where is it? React Native chat swipe from GitHub. No, it's here. From Raviel Walker. Please check that out. All credits go to him. So let's see. We have the reply message bar height. I don't really have that. So instead of using that, let's just use it as a value. We have the styles down here. Why are there actually styles? I feel like we're going to change a lot about this. Let's first comment out the images used because I don't have these. Then what I also want is, can we just leave it out for now? Okay, so now we fixed it. That means we should be able to use the reply message bar. So let's change this in our footer. I will use my custom reply message bar. And with the custom message bar, there is a function, I think, to clear the reply, which should set my reply message to null. And the currently selected message, I will pass in the reply message. However, the type is wrong here. So we have to fix that. This is message, which is of the type iMessage from gifted chat or null. Okay. So we see something down here. Can we confirm message is probably null? Yeah, I don't care. Can we confirm that it works? So if I do this, yes, the message down there definitely changes to whatever we just wanted to reply. So this is again a case of we just need to make it work. And I think we can do this. I actually removed most of the styling here and most of the stuff and came up with my own solution. So let's probably just code this as a last little exercise because it's like almost our time here together and this tutorial is almost over and I'm kind of sad about it. So let's just have a little bit of writing code here at the end together. So if the message, let's do this in a safe way. If my message exists, I want to render this view. Okay, this view should have some styling. Let's just do it inline today. I will give it a fixed height of 50. I don't want this to like expand any bigger. I want to use the flex direction row, and I also want to use a background color. I picked a specific one, so this was not included in my color scheme. Okay, so we have this little background area. Now within that, I want to render first of all this little border to the left. So now we have this green border here. After that, we have the actual information. So we already know that in that case, we need flexbox layout as well, but I don't think we probably don't need a specific style here. So we have our text element, which renders message.user.name. Oh no. Message should be set, text, yeah. No, I broke the app again. Whenever I do this, I completely mess it up. Oh no. Okay, what's the counter for me? Like, how many times did I broke this by not including a text in this tutorial? It's at least like 5 times or so at this point. After that text, yes, everything's good. Thanks for coming at me. Okay, we have the user who sent that message. Now I also want to render the actual message, and we're going to use my logic again to check if the message is longer than 40 characters. Then I will use a substring with ... at the end, and otherwise I will use the full text of that message. So there's some styling missing, I see. So let's include that styling for the first text element. So we can style this to have the same green, a bit of padding here and there, and some font weight. I feel like this is already pretty close to what we want to see, right? So now I also want to have a button at the end to clear that reply message. That goes somewhere. That goes beyond this one. So we'll add another view here. With some kind of styling. I'm actually not sure what the styling will look like. And I will include a touchable opacity. On press, I want to hit clear reply. That is correct. And I will just add from Ionicons something like close circle outline. A bigger size, 28 or so, and for the colors we can use colors primary, and then we need to close the touchable, and then we got it here. Okay, this element should probably align itself to the end, so I think we can use align items flex end, and I want to also justify the content in the center. Justify content. I think the alignment in the end did not really change any, but if I give it like flex 1, yeah, then it aligns itself to the end, so that could work. And then we add some padding to the right hand side. So let's add padding right 10. Yeah, perfectly placed. Okay, we have pretty much done a good job with this. We can reply because we have a custom chat message, which is using the React Native gesture handler, and Animated, which is actually not using Reanimated as far as I know. So if you want to, you could change it to Reanimated instead. And we do have this custom footer component, which renders the reply message that is currently active. And as far as I know, yep, also shows above this. Now there's only one more thing that I want to do, and that is adding a little animation, because currently you see it just plops up and it disappears. And we, after, I don't know, 2-3 hours of this clone tutorial, can definitely do better. So let's change this to be an animated view from React Native Reanimated. And this animated view should have entering animation, which is fade in down. And it should have an exiting animation, fade out down. And with that in place, let's see it in action one more time. And it fades up so smooth, and it fades down so smooth. I mean, there is this layout animation of gifted chat, which happens instantly. Can we change that one? That is a very good question. I honestly don't think so. This is not really about, because especially these are from React Native animated, these views. We would have to like have the whole gifted chat use Reanimated and then the layout function. I don't think this is going to happen. I mean, yeah, you can always create your own version of something. Like let's just for fun do it. We could have like an animated gifted chat using animated dot create animated component. Yeah, this is just not going to happen. I don't think so. You can't just put the gifted chat in here and hope for the best. Gifted chat dot something. Can we use gifted chat dot? No. This is not going to happen. So this layouting animation from gifted chat in terms of the footer not rendering, probably there should be something better. Maybe we could surround this with a view, with an animated view that has the layouting function. So we could use a transition amp here, const transition. We're gonna use a curved transition like we used before, with a delay of something big, so we notice that something's going on. And then we apply that transition here, but I don't think so. The space is, yeah, no, this is not really working out. Apparently this is not working out, but I still think we did a pretty decent job with everything else. I just don't want to break this, so let's remove the last pieces, and then we have it. I think we finished pretty cool pages, pretty impressive pages. Communities is not really that interesting. I would rather have like a camera, but that's not in the current application. And updates is probably a story for another day, including like the stories view. That would be something we could take a look at in the future. But for now, I think we have finished our React Native WhatsApp clone with a bunch of great packages and of course as well Clerk authentication. Alright, and that's it for this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you stick with me for, I think it's about 4 hours at this point with the WhatsApp clone, and you've hopefully learned a bunch about React Native. So these clones are not just about implementing a certain functionality. I have other tutorials on galaxies.dev. We have courses about this, but these clones are how can we make certain things work together with all the rest of the application included and build out different screens without breaking all the rest of the application. So I really hope you can take away a lot from this application. If you want to, hit the subscribe button because I release weekly videos, tutorials and everything to keep you updated around React Native. And of course, check out galaxies.dev, which is my course platform in case you want a more structured approach with pro courses and guidance from our community. So to close it up, I just want to say one more time, thanks again to Clerk for sponsoring this and also the previous Airbnb clone, and there are more clones coming with Clerk later this year. So stay subscribed, check out clerk.com, support them, and I will catch you in the next one. So until then, happy coding, Simon.